As we age, life brings new perspectives. For many of us, life at 55 and beyond might not look like we originally imagined. Whether by choice, through divorce, or the passing of a spouse, many of us find ourselves single later in life. While this chapter might have seemed daunting at first, what if I told you that life could actually be better when you're single after 55? Yes, that's right. Marriage and long-term relationships can bring joy, love, and companionship, but being single offers a freedom and simplicity that's hard to beat at this stage of life. Let me walk you through 13 reasons why life is often better when you're single after 55, each grounded in personal growth, freedom, and the wisdom that only years of experience can bring. 1. Freedom from judgment and criticism. Anyone who's been in a long-term relationship knows that over time, partners can become each other's critics. Whether it's about how you dress, handle stress, or perform certain tasks around the house, judgment can creep in, often unintentionally. These critiques, even if they come from a place of love or concern, can feel overwhelming. Over time, constant criticism may erode your confidence and leave you feeling as though you're always falling short. When you're single, you are free from external judgment. There's no one to tell you how to live your life or evaluate your choices. Want to wear comfortable clothes that aren't the height of fashion? That's your decision. Want to spend the day lounging or being productive? No one will criticize you for it. This freedom allows you to live more authentically and build a stronger sense of self-confidence. 2. No more emotional labor. Emotional labor refers to the invisible tasks that often fall disproportionately on one partner in a relationship. This includes managing not only your own emotions but also those of your partner, soothing their anxieties, managing their stress, and keeping the peace in the household. While emotional work is necessary, it can be draining, especially when it feels one-sided. When you're single, you're no longer responsible for someone else's emotional well-being. You can focus entirely on your own mental and emotional health, free from the burden of managing another person's feelings. This newfound freedom allows you to build healthier relationships, whether friendships or romantic connections, based on mutual respect and support rather than emotional caretaking. Life feels lighter without the constant responsibility of managing someone else's emotional state. 3. Financial independence, no compromises. Financial freedom is another significant benefit of being single later in life. You control how you spend, invest, and manage your money. In a relationship, financial decisions often require joint discussions about budgeting, saving, and spending. While shared finances can work for some, they can also become a source of tension, especially when partners have different priorities. When you're single, those discussions disappear. Your money is entirely your own, and you can make decisions based on what matters most to you. Whether you want to donate to charity, invest in a business, or spend on hobbies and travel, you don't need to justify your choices to anyone. This financial independence empowers you to live more freely, knowing your money is supporting your goals and desires. 4. Rediscovering your relationship with your children. For those with children, being single later in life offers a unique opportunity to redefine and strengthen that relationship. In a partnership, your connection with your children is often influenced by your partner's parenting style, beliefs, and decisions. Sometimes, you might compromise or support decisions you don't fully agree with just to maintain harmony. As a single parent, especially when your children are grown, you have the freedom to engage with them on your own terms. You can offer advice, guidance, and wisdom without needing to coordinate with someone else. You become a calm, rational presence in their lives, someone they can turn to for support without the complexities of a partnered household. This shift can lead to deeper, more meaningful connections with your children. You're no longer tied to the dynamics of a marital relationship, fostering a healthier, more balanced bond with your kids. 5. Simpler, more liberating intimacy. When you're single after 55, intimacy often becomes simpler and more straightforward. In long-term relationships, intimacy can become tangled with emotional complexities, expectations, and unspoken agreements. Sometimes, it feels like intimacy is a reward tied to other aspects of the relationship, chores, behaviors, or emotional states. But when you're single, intimacy becomes a choice, not an obligation. You set the terms, whether it's casual, long-term, or something in between. Your intimacy is based solely on your desires, free from the entanglements that often come with marriage. You can engage in relationships when you want, with whomever you choose, and in a way that suits you. If physical intimacy isn't a priority, you can focus on what brings you joy without guilt. It's a kind of liberation that only being single can offer. 6. Living life on your own terms. One of the most powerful benefits of being single later in life is the ability to live exactly how you want. By the time you reach 55, you've likely spent decades balancing the needs of others, raising children, managing a household, or making compromises in a marriage. Now you have the freedom to create a life that reflects your true desires. You no longer need to accommodate anyone else's preferences or schedules. Want to spend weekends traveling, exploring new hobbies, or simply relaxing at home? You can do so without guilt or compromise. Whether it's taking up a new sport, indulging in artistic pursuits, or enjoying a quiet evening with a book, your time is yours to control. This kind of freedom allows you to fully embrace your passions and interests. Many people in relationships don't realize what they're missing until they experience the freedom of living solely for themselves. 7. A stronger sense of self. Being single later in life offers a unique chance for self-discovery. After years of being part of a couple, it's easy to lose sight of your individual identity. Your sense of self often becomes intertwined with your role as a spouse or partner. When you're single, you can explore who you are outside of those roles. You have the freedom to rediscover your likes, dislikes, passions, and values without external influence. This self-exploration can be deeply fulfilling, leading to greater confidence and independence. You learn to trust your own decisions, knowing you're capable of creating a life that brings you joy. Ultimately, this stronger sense of self leads to greater happiness and inner peace. 8. No more negotiating the small stuff. In a relationship, even small everyday decisions can become negotiations: what to eat for dinner, what time to go to bed, or how to arrange furniture. Over time, these compromises can feel draining. When you're single, these negotiations vanish. You can eat dessert for dinner, stay up late watching movies, or rearrange your space however you like. The ability to make choices based solely on your happiness adds up to a more relaxed and enjoyable life. Living without constant back and forth allows you to experience a sense of control and freedom in your daily routine. 9. The gift of peace and quiet. One of the most underrated benefits of being single is enjoying peace and quiet whenever you want. In a relationship, especially when sharing a home, there's often constant activity or conversation. While companionship can be wonderful, there are times when you need solitude. When you're single, you have the luxury of creating moments of stillness. Whether it's enjoying a quiet morning coffee, taking a peaceful walk, or reading a book without interruptions, you control your environment. This peace and quiet help you recharge, reflect, and appreciate life's simple pleasures, bringing a sense of calm that many people in relationships may not realize they're missing. 10. Financial freedom, you call the shots. Financial independence is another significant benefit of being single later in life. In a relationship, financial decisions often require compromise and discussions. When you're single, your money is entirely yours to manage. Whether you want to take a dream vacation, splurge on a luxury purchase, or invest in something new, you don't need anyone's approval. This freedom allows you to make choices that reflect your values and priorities, giving you a sense of empowerment and control over your financial future. 11. Rediscovering old hobbies and exploring new interests. One of the greatest joys of being single later in life is the freedom to revisit hobbies and interests that may have been set aside during years of marriage or raising children. Now you have the time and space to fully immerse yourself in activities that bring you joy. Whether it's painting, gardening, writing, or hiking, you can engage in these pursuits without constraints or compromises. Perhaps you're also interested in trying something entirely new: photography, learning a language, or joining a book club. Being single allows you to explore these interests freely, investing in personal growth and satisfaction. 12. Your home, your sanctuary. Your home should be a place of comfort and peace. In a relationship, however, it often becomes a shared space where decisions about decor, layout, and use are negotiated. When you're single, your home is entirely your own. You have the freedom to decorate, organize, and use it however you like. Want to turn a spare room into a personal library or art studio? It's your choice. This control over your living space allows you to create a sanctuary that truly reflects your personality and brings you comfort. 13. A social life on your terms. In relationships, social life often revolves around shared friends and activities. You may find yourself attending events or spending time with people who don't fully align with your interests. When you're single, you get to redefine your social life. You can choose who to spend time with and how often. Whether it's reconnecting with old friends, making new ones, or joining groups that match your hobbies, the choice is yours. This freedom to curate your social life leads to deeper connections and a greater sense of fulfillment. Embrace the freedom of being single. Being single after 55 can open up a world of opportunities for personal growth, freedom, and happiness. You now have the chance to live life on your own terms, whether that means rediscovering old passions, exploring new interests, enjoying financial independence, or simply savoring peace and quiet. You've spent years balancing responsibilities, raising a family, and making compromises. Now, it's time to embrace the freedom that comes with being single and focus on your own happiness. This stage of life is filled with possibilities. You're in control of your own journey, and the opportunities to live a fulfilling, joyful life are endless. Thank you for watching the entire video. If you found these stories inspiring and motivating, please comment 1. If not, comment 0. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time. 11 Things I Quit After Turning 60. A journey towards a more fulfilling life. As we journey through life, particularly after reaching significant milestones like the age of 60, it becomes increasingly clear that our time is precious, and how we choose to spend it can greatly influence our happiness, health, and overall well-being. For many, this period marks a time of reflection, reassessment, and intentional change. The habits, commitments, and priorities we held dear in our younger years may no longer serve us in this new phase of life. In fact, for many older adults, letting go of certain things can lead to a deeper sense of fulfillment and peace. Here are 11 profound and transformative things I quit after turning 60, and why doing so has enriched my life in ways I couldn't have imagined. 1. Quitting work for the sake of working. In our younger years, it's common to get swept up in the grind of working long hours, driven by the desire to climb the career ladder or secure financial stability. However, after turning 60, I realized that working purely for the sake of being busy or out of habit no longer served me. The constant hustle took a toll on my physical and mental health, leaving me feeling drained and disconnected from the things that truly mattered. As we age, the desire to overextend ourselves for productivity often loses its allure. The wisdom gained through years of experience teaches us that more hours of work does not necessarily mean more fulfillment or success. The endless pursuit of productivity, especially without a meaningful purpose, can easily erode the quality of life. Now I approach work with intention. I ask myself, why am I working these extra hours? What purpose does it serve? If the work isn't contributing to a meaningful goal or passion, I choose to step back. Time spent simply enjoying life, pursuing hobbies, or spending quality moments with loved ones is far more valuable than endless hours behind a desk. This shift has brought a renewed sense of balance and fulfillment into my life. I no longer chase financial gain at the expense of personal well-being. Moreover, I have embraced the idea that true wealth in our later years is not measured by our bank accounts, but by the richness of our experiences, the depth of our relationships, and the peace we find within ourselves. 2. Quitting mindless spending. In our consumer-driven society, it's easy to fall into the trap of spending money on things we don't really need. For years, I bought items out of habit, or because I thought they would bring me happiness. But as I've aged, I've realized that material possessions rarely offer lasting fulfillment. Mindless spending often stems from the desire to fill an emotional void or keep up with societal expectations. We buy things to make ourselves feel better, only to realize that the satisfaction is fleeting. Now, I spend mindfully. I only purchase things that truly add value to my life or bring me genuine joy, whether it's an experience that enriches my soul or a product that improves my quality of life. This shift has not only helped me save financially but has also made me more aware of what truly matters. 3. Quitting stressing over the small stuff. Life is too short to spend it worrying about things that ultimately don't matter. In my younger days, I would get worked up over minor inconveniences, traffic jams, disagreements with colleagues, or even something as trivial as a missed appointment. As I entered my 60s, I realized that many of the things I had once stressed over were insignificant in the grand scheme of life. I began to ask myself, will this matter a year from now? If the answer was no, I let it go. Worrying about things outside of my control only drained my energy and robbed me of the joy of the present moment. Now I've learned to let go. I focus on what I can control and accept what I cannot. This mindset shift has been liberating, allowing me to approach life's challenges with a calmer, more grounded perspective. 4. Quitting neglecting self-care. For much of my life, self-care felt like a luxury rather than a necessity. I prioritized work, family, and other responsibilities over my own well-being. I thought that by constantly giving to others, I was doing the right thing. But over time, I realized that neglecting my own needs left me feeling drained and unfulfilled. Turning 60 was a wake-up call. I began to understand that self-care is not selfish, it's essential. It's about nurturing my mind, body, and spirit so I can show up as my best self in all areas of life. I started by making small changes. First, I prioritized sleep. I created a bedtime routine that allowed me to wind down and get quality rest. Next, I focused on nutrition. I became more mindful of what I ate, choosing foods that fueled my body rather than drained it. Exercise also became a cornerstone of my routine, not as a chore, but as a way to celebrate what my body can do. Mental and emotional self-care were equally important. I discovered the power of meditation and mindfulness, which helped me stay present and reduce stress. Journaling became a way to process my thoughts and emotions, giving me clarity and perspective. Most importantly, I learned to set boundaries. I stopped overcommitting and started saying no to things that didn't serve me. This allowed me to create space for the things that truly bring me joy, spending time in nature, connecting with loved ones, and pursuing hobbies that light me up. By prioritizing self-care, I found a renewed sense of energy and purpose. I realized that when I take care of myself, I can give more fully to others. Self-care isn't about indulgence, it's about sustainability. It's about honoring myself and recognizing that I am worthy of care and attention. Self-care, for me, is now a non-negotiable part of life. It's a daily commitment to showing up for myself so that I can continue to show up for the people and things I love. 5. Quitting overcommitting to others. For many years, I had a tendency to overcommit to others. I said yes to invitations, events, and favors even when I didn't truly want to, driven by a fear of disappointing people or not meeting others' expectations. I constantly tried to be the reliable friend, family member, or colleague, always putting others' needs ahead of my own. While this was often motivated by good intentions, I eventually realized that it came at the cost of my own well-being. After turning 60, I learned the importance of saying no, something that had previously felt difficult for me. I realized that my time is precious, and that I have the right to choose how I spend it. Saying no doesn't mean being selfish or unkind, it simply means being mindful of where I direct my energy. The more I practiced saying no, the more empowered I felt. I began to recognize that I could prioritize my own needs without guilt. This shift allowed me to focus on the relationships and activities that truly matter to me. I stopped saying yes out of obligation, and instead, I began to commit to things and people who truly added value to my life. This change has had a profound impact on my sense of balance and happiness. By cutting out the commitments that didn't align with my values or bring me joy, I created more space for the things that did. I have more time to relax, reflect, and engage in activities that nourish my soul. I also realize that by setting healthy boundaries, I am able to show up more fully for the people I care about. I'm no longer stretched thin, constantly running on empty. I can be present and offer my time and energy in a way that is sustainable. Learning to say no was one of the most empowering shifts I made in my 60s. It has allowed me to reclaim my time, my energy, and ultimately my happiness. 6. Quitting maintaining unhealthy relationships. For much of my life, I believed in maintaining relationships simply out of habit or obligation. Whether they were with friends, colleagues, or even family members, I often held on to connections that no longer brought me joy or fulfillment. These relationships, while once meaningful, had become draining, and I realized I was keeping them alive because I felt obligated, not because they enriched my life. Turning 60 brought a shift in my perspective. I realized that life is too short to spend time and energy on relationships that no longer serve my well-being. I began to let go of people who were toxic, draining, or disrespectful, and I stopped tolerating connections that didn't nurture or uplift me. This process wasn't easy. Some of these relationships had lasted for years, and letting go meant acknowledging the emotional weight they carried. However, I understood that maintaining unhealthy relationships was like carrying unnecessary baggage on a long journey. It slowed me down, exhausted me, and kept me from moving forward. I made a conscious choice to focus on the people who truly added value to my life, those who offered love, support, respect, and understanding. I began to nurture the relationships that brought me joy, peace, and a sense of belonging. Letting go of unhealthy relationships has been freeing. It's allowed me to surround myself with people who genuinely care for me and uplift me. The energy I once invested in trying to maintain relationships out of obligation is now devoted to deeper, more meaningful connections. This shift has brought greater authenticity to my life. I no longer feel the need to please everyone or force myself to fit into relationships that aren't mutually beneficial. Instead, I am focused on cultivating bonds that are rooted in mutual respect, love, and shared values. Turning 60 taught me the importance of quality over quantity in relationships. By releasing the ones that no longer served me, I've created space for those that bring me true fulfillment. 7. Quitting neglecting my physical and mental health. For much of my life, I prioritized work, family, and other responsibilities over my health. Like many people, I convinced myself that I would focus on my well-being later, when things slowed down or when I had more time. But turning 60 made me realize that later had arrived, and neglecting my health was no longer an option. The phrase, "health is wealth," may sound cliché, but it holds undeniable truth, especially as we age. Good health is the foundation of a fulfilling life. Without it, even the simplest joys can be out of reach. I had spent too many years focusing on everything except my own health. But now I understood that taking care of my physical and mental well-being was essential for truly enjoying life. I started by incorporating regular exercise into my routine. Something as simple as daily morning walks has become a ritual that keeps me physically active and mentally clear. Walking outdoors gives me the chance to connect with nature, clear my mind, and reflect on my life. It also combats the natural decline in muscle mass and mobility that comes with age. Beyond physical health, I realized the importance of mental well-being. I began to practice mindfulness, meditation, and gratitude regularly. These practices have become vital in managing stress, staying present, and appreciating the beauty of everyday life. By nurturing my mind as well as my body, I've been able to find greater peace and emotional balance. Prioritizing my health has given me the energy and vitality to live fully. I no longer feel drained or sluggish, and I've noticed a marked improvement in my mood, cognitive function, and overall quality of life. At 60, I learned that health isn't something to take for granted. It's a precious gift, and by taking care of it, I've opened the door to a vibrant, fulfilling life. This shift has been one of the most important changes I've made, and it's allowed me to fully embrace the opportunities that each new day brings. 8. Quitting procrastination on personal goals. As we grow older, time seems to slip by faster, and the goals and dreams we once had can feel like distant memories. For many years, I kept postponing personal projects or adventures, telling myself that I'd have more time later. But turning 60 was a wake-up call. I realized that waiting for the perfect moment could mean waiting forever, and that moment was now. I stopped procrastinating and began taking action on the things I'd always wanted to do. Whether it was learning a new skill, traveling to a new place, or finally finishing a long-forgotten project, I committed myself to making the most of the time I had left. I no longer allowed myself to be paralyzed by the thought of finding the perfect time or the perfect conditions. Instead, I embraced the idea that the best time to start is always now. This shift in mindset has been liberating. I've started setting small, achievable goals that bring me closer to the life I want to live. Each goal, whether it's trying something new or simply completing a task I've put off for years, brings a sense of accomplishment and fulfillment. What I've learned is that life doesn't wait, and neither should we. Time moves faster as we age, but that doesn't mean we can't still pursue our dreams and goals. In fact, there's something incredibly motivating about realizing that every day counts. By taking action now, I've reignited my passion for life. I've learned to be more present in the moment, to stop waiting for the perfect conditions, and to start making progress on the things that matter most to me. This shift has brought new energy into my life and has reminded me that it's never too late to pursue what you truly desire. 9. Quitting the fear of change. Change is inevitable, and yet for much of my life, I feared it. I clung to the familiar, even when it no longer served me, simply because stepping into the unknown felt too risky. I avoided change in my health, relationships, career, and even in my personal growth, fearing the discomfort that came with it. But as I entered my 60s, I began to realize that change isn't something to resist, it's something to embrace. Life is full of transitions, and each one offers an opportunity for growth and new experiences. I started to view change as an adventure, an invitation to evolve, learn, and adapt. Whether it was adjusting to changes in my health, relationships, or the circumstances around me, I learned to face them with curiosity rather than dread. Embracing change has been incredibly freeing. It's allowed me to shed old beliefs and habits that no longer served me, and to welcome new possibilities with open arms. I no longer fear what's to come because I now understand that change is a natural part of life. As I embraced change, I discovered a renewed sense of excitement. It's like embarking on a new journey that offers fresh perspectives and opportunities one never anticipated. Change isn't something to fight against, it's an opportunity to grow, evolve, and experience life in a new way. At this stage in life, I've learned that change is nothing to fear. Instead, I now welcome it, knowing that it's an essential part of my personal evolution. It's helped me feel more alive, more adaptable, and more open to the possibilities that each day brings. 10. Quitting irregular sleep patterns. In my younger years, I took sleep for granted. I would often sacrifice rest for work, socializing, or late-night TV marathons. I never truly understood the importance of sleep until I reached my 60s. At that point, I realized that poor sleep wasn't just affecting my physical health, but also my mood, my productivity, and my overall well-being. As we age, the importance of sleep becomes even more apparent. Sleep is the time when our bodies repair and rejuvenate, and without adequate rest, we simply cannot function at our best. I learned the hard way that neglecting sleep over the years had an impact I couldn't ignore any longer. Now I've made it a priority to establish a regular sleep routine. I aim to go to bed early and wake up refreshed, ready to take on the day. Quality sleep has become a cornerstone of my self-care routine, and the difference it has made is profound. Since prioritizing sleep, I've noticed a significant improvement in my cognitive function, mood, and overall quality of life. I no longer wake up groggy or irritable, but instead start my days with energy and clarity. Sleep has given me the mental and physical rejuvenation I needed to make the most of my days. In addition to physical rest, I've also become more mindful of creating a peaceful environment that promotes relaxation. I avoid stimulants like caffeine or technology right before bed, and I practice relaxation techniques like deep breathing to wind down. This commitment to sleep has been a game changer. It's allowed me to feel more energized, more focused, and more engaged in life. I've learned that taking care of my sleep is as important as taking care of my physical health, and it's an investment in my overall well-being. 11. Quitting comparing myself to others. As I've aged, I've come to realize that comparison is the thief of joy. In my younger years, I frequently compared myself to others, whether it was in terms of career success, material possessions, or even physical appearance. This constant comparison led to feelings of inadequacy and dissatisfaction, as I measured my worth against others' achievements and standards. But after turning 60, something shifted. I stopped looking at others for validation and began to appreciate the uniqueness of my own journey. I realized that everyone's path is different, and there's no single measure of success or happiness. What truly matters is how I view my own life and what I've accomplished on my terms. Letting go of the need to compare myself to others has been liberating. It has allowed me to appreciate my life for what it is, rather than what I thought it should be based on someone else's accomplishments or lifestyle. I've learned to embrace my own journey, with all its ups and downs, and to find joy in my own experiences. I've come to understand that each person's journey is unique, and the comparisons I once made were both unfair and unproductive. Comparing myself to others only robbed me of the satisfaction I could have gained from appreciating the beauty of my own path. Since I stopped comparing myself to others, I've found peace and contentment. I no longer feel inadequate or as though I'm missing out. Instead, I'm grateful for the life I've lived and the wisdom I've gained along the way. I've learned that my worth isn't defined by others, but by my own experiences and the person I've become. This realization has brought me greater confidence and inner peace. I now live authentically, free from the pressure of measuring up to someone else's standards. It's been one of the most empowering changes I've made in my later years, and I'm finally at peace with who I am. At this stage in life, something becomes clearer. Time is no longer an endless resource, and each day carries a deeper significance. For many people in their 50s, 60s, and beyond, there's often a sense of wondering what comes next. You've worked for decades, built a career, raised a family, and now that you've crossed the threshold of middle age and entered the later years, you might ask yourself, what is my purpose now? This is not a question of despair but of awakening. It's a question that should drive you to recognize the immense value of these years. For far too long, society has told us that the golden years are a time to slow down, to rest. But resting shouldn't mean waiting for the end. It should mean reveling in the freedom that comes from a life well lived. You have the power now, more than ever, to shape the narrative of your final chapters. These years, if embraced, can be a time of deep joy, personal fulfillment, and meaningful connection with the world around you. Let's explore how, in these years, you can transform your perspective, prioritize happiness, and live in a way that makes each day count. 1. The time you have left is precious. Make it count. As we grow older, we become more aware of time. In our youth, time felt infinite. Days blurred into weeks, weeks into years, and we often took the passing of time for granted. But by the time we reach our later years, every day becomes a bit more vivid. Every sunrise holds more significance because we've lived enough to understand how quickly life can change. This is not a cause for fear, it's an opportunity. The time you have left, whether it's 10, 20, or 30 more years, is precious, and it's up to you to decide how to spend it. Instead of viewing this phase as the end of the journey, see it as a new beginning. Ask yourself, what do I want to experience in the time I have left? What brings me joy? What will bring me peace? In our working years, we often sacrifice personal fulfillment for responsibility. We put our heads down, focused on the task at hand, and delayed our own happiness in the name of duty. But now you have the freedom to choose differently. These are the years where your life is yours to shape, and the beauty of this time is that you don't have to follow anyone else's rules. Remember, the time you have left is yours to cherish. Make it count. Fill your days with activities that nourish your soul, whether that's spending more time with family, exploring new hobbies, or simply enjoying the peace of a quiet afternoon. This is your time to embrace, and it's more valuable than gold. 2. Happiness can't wait until someday. If there's one lesson that life has taught us by this age, it's that waiting for happiness is a mistake. How many times have you told yourself, "I'll be happy when the kids are grown, when the mortgage is paid off, when I retire"? But if you're honest with yourself, you've probably realized that happiness isn't something that magically arrives after a certain milestone. We've all been guilty of postponing our own joy. We tell ourselves, "Once I achieve this, then I'll be happy." Yet when we finally reach that point, the happiness we expected doesn't appear. Why? Because happiness isn't found in the when, it's found in the now. At this stage in life, you don't have time to keep waiting. You deserve to experience joy, contentment, and fulfillment, not someday, but today. Happiness is a choice that you must actively make every day. It's not about perfect circumstances or ideal outcomes. It's about choosing to find joy in the present moment, no matter what's happening around you. Take a moment to reflect. What brings you happiness right now, not in a month, not in a year, but today? It could be something simple. A cup of coffee with a friend. A walk in nature. Reading a good book. Whatever it is, make room for it in your life. Don't let your days slip by while you wait for the perfect moment. That moment is here, and it's yours for the taking. 3. Let go of the work ethic trap and redefine purpose. For much of our lives, we've been taught that our value is tied to how hard we work. We were raised to believe that our worth comes from our productivity, achievements, and the roles we play in society. For many years, that might have been true. But as you reach your later years, it's time to redefine what gives your life meaning. The idea that your purpose in life is tied solely to your job is a dangerous trap, one that leaves many people feeling lost after retirement. After years of being defined by your work, whether you were a teacher, a doctor, a business owner, or a homemaker, it can feel disorienting to step away from those roles. You might ask yourself, "If I'm not working, who am I?" But here's the truth. Purpose doesn't retire. Your purpose is not confined to your career or your job title. Now is the time to explore new ways to find meaning in your life. This might mean volunteering for a cause you care about, mentoring the younger generation, diving into hobbies you never had time for during your working years. It's about finding what gives you a sense of contribution and fulfillment. That can take many forms. Learning something new, pursuing a passion, simply spending more time with loved ones. Your purpose now is to live a life that makes you feel alive, not just productive. You don't need to earn your place in the world anymore, you've already done that. Now it's time to live for yourself. 4. Stop waiting for permission to enjoy life. Throughout your life, you've probably played by the rules. You worked hard, provided for your family, and met society's expectations. Now, in your later years, you might feel like you still need permission to relax, to enjoy life, or to pursue what makes you happy. But here's the truth. You don't need anyone's permission anymore. You've spent decades living for others, your children, your spouse, your career. You've fulfilled your obligations, and now it's time to start living for yourself. For many, this can feel uncomfortable, or even selfish after so many years of putting others first. But prioritizing your happiness isn't selfish, it's necessary. This is your time you've earned. If traveling brings you joy, go for it. If spending your afternoons gardening fulfills you, then do that. The point is, you no longer have to justify your choices to anyone. You've already given so much to others. Now, it's time to give back to yourself. The world won't fall apart if you put yourself first for once. In fact, by prioritizing your joy and well-being, you'll find that you have more to give to the people around you. Your happiness is not just a reward, it's a responsibility. 5. The myth of work-life balance for seniors. You've likely heard the term work-life balance during your working years, a concept that often seemed impossible to achieve. It was about juggling career demands with personal needs. But now, as you approach or live in retirement, the idea of work-life balance takes on a new meaning. At this stage, it's no longer about balancing work and life. It's about making life the focus. The years ahead are too precious to be spent on anything that doesn't bring you joy. If you're still working, that's fine, but the balance should always tip in favor of what nourishes your spirit. If you've already retired, this is the perfect time to let go of the notion that work defines you. Life should come first. Your time is now yours to fill with whatever brings you happiness. Traveling, pursuing hobbies, spending time with loved ones, simply enjoying the peace that comes with a slower pace of life. The balance you seek isn't between work and life anymore, it's within life itself. Find what makes you happy and focus on that. This is your time to live for yourself, to prioritize what truly matters. 6. The happiness advantage, the real fountain of youth. Happiness is more than just a feeling, it's a powerful force that can transform your life. Research shows that people who are happier live longer, healthier lives. This is what scientists call the happiness advantage, and it's something you can tap into at any age. When you're happy, your body responds in positive ways. Your immune system gets stronger. Your mind stays sharper. You're more likely to stay active and engaged with the world around you. Happiness isn't just a state of mind, it's a state of health. But how do you cultivate happiness in your later years? It starts with choosing to find joy in everyday moments. Spending time with family. Pursuing a passion. Taking a walk in nature. Happiness is about appreciating the small things that make life beautiful. The real fountain of youth isn't in a bottle or a pill. It's in your ability to find joy in the life you're living right now. When you prioritize happiness, you're not only improving your quality of life, you're adding years to it. So start today. Choose happiness, and watch how it transforms your life. 7. It's never too late to change your life. One of the biggest misconceptions about aging is the idea that it's too late to change your life. But the truth is, it's never too late. No matter how old you are, you have the power to reinvent yourself, pursue new dreams, live a life filled with meaning and purpose. There are countless stories of people who embraced change later in life, starting new careers in their 60s, learning new skills in their 70s, discovering new passions in their 80s. The key is to keep an open mind and a willing heart. Don't let age be a barrier to your dreams. You are never too old to grow, to learn, or to experience something new. If there's something you've always wanted to do, now is the time. Traveling to a place you've always dreamed of. Learning a new language. Starting a new hobby. There's no reason to hold back. Life is meant to be lived fully, no matter what stage you're in. Your age doesn't define your potential, it's simply a number. As long as you're willing to embrace change, the possibilities are endless. 8. Leaving a legacy of joy. As we grow older, many of us start thinking about the legacy we'll leave behind. What will people remember about us? What kind of impact will we have on the lives of those we love? Legacy isn't just about money or possessions. It's about the way you live your life and the values you pass on to future generations. One of the most powerful legacies you can leave is one of joy. By choosing to live a life filled with happiness, kindness, and love, you inspire those around you to do the same. Your children, grandchildren, friends, and community will remember the way you made them feel, the warmth, the laughter, the love you shared. Every day, you're building your legacy. With every choice you make, you're shaping the way you'll be remembered. Choose to live a life that reflects the best parts of you. The part that finds joy in simple pleasures, that loves deeply, that cherishes the time you have with the people who matter most. 9. Embracing gratitude, the key to fulfillment. If there's one thing that can truly transform your later years, it's the practice of gratitude. As we age, it's easy to focus on what we've lost. Youth, health, certain opportunities. But gratitude shifts our focus from what's missing to what's still abundant in our lives. Gratitude is more than just being thankful for the big things. It's about appreciating the small everyday moments that make life beautiful. The warmth of the sun. The sound of birds in the morning. The smile of a loved one. These are the moments that matter most, and they are still very much a part of your life. Studies have shown that people who practice gratitude are happier, healthier, and more fulfilled. Gratitude brings peace because it reminds us that, even in the midst of challenges, there is always something to be thankful for. Make it a habit to start each day with gratitude. Before you even get out of bed, think of 3 things you're grateful for. Let that feeling of appreciation set the tone for your day. The more you practice gratitude, the more you'll realize just how rich your life truly is. 10. Finding peace through forgiveness. As the years go by, we often carry with us the weight of past regrets, mistakes, and unresolved conflicts. These emotional burdens can feel heavier as we age, robbing us of peace and joy in the present. But here's a powerful truth that can transform your later years: forgiveness is the key to true inner peace. Forgiving others, and even forgiving yourself, can be one of the most liberating acts of your life. We often think of forgiveness as something we do for someone else, but in reality, forgiveness is a gift you give to yourself. It frees you from the bitterness, resentment, and anger that can keep you trapped in the past. Without forgiveness, it's easy to become a prisoner of your own mind, constantly replaying old hurts and regrets. At this stage in life, it's important to ask yourself, what am I still holding on to that's preventing me from living fully? Whether it's a family conflict, a friendship that ended badly, or even mistakes you've made that you've never forgiven yourself for, now is the time to let go. Forgiving doesn't mean forgetting or condoning what happened. It means releasing the emotional grip those events have on your heart. It's about freeing yourself from the pain that has lingered for too long. And sometimes the hardest person to forgive is yourself. Many of us carry regret for things we wish we had done differently, choices we made, words we said, or opportunities we missed. But holding on to that regret only steals your joy in the present. Take a moment to reflect on the emotional baggage you've been carrying. What can you let go of today? Who can you forgive? And perhaps most importantly, how can you offer yourself the forgiveness and compassion you deserve? By letting go of the past, you create space for more joy, peace, and fulfillment in your life. Forgiveness is the doorway to peace, not just peace with others, but peace with yourself. When you release the burden of anger, regret, and pain, you open yourself up to a life filled with freedom, contentment, and serenity. This final chapter of your life doesn't have to be weighed down by the past. It can be filled with the lightness that comes from forgiveness and the beauty of living fully in the present. 11. Embracing a life of purpose. As we grow older, it's common to think that our best years are behind us. But the truth is, it's never too late to find meaning and purpose in life. In fact, many people in their later years discover a renewed sense of direction and fulfillment that they didn't experience when they were younger. Purpose is what keeps us moving forward. It's what gives us a reason to get out of bed in the morning and face the day with enthusiasm. For some, purpose comes from family and relationships. For others, it's about pursuing a passion, making a difference, or learning something new. No matter what stage of life you're in, there are endless opportunities to find purpose. It could be as simple as volunteering, mentoring others, or diving into a hobby you've always wanted to explore. You could take up gardening, start a book club, or even write your memoirs to share your story with future generations. One of the most empowering aspects of embracing purpose later in life is the ability to choose what matters most to you. It's a time to let go of unnecessary obligations and focus on what brings you joy and satisfaction. Finding purpose in the later years doesn't mean you need to have a grand plan or make huge changes. It's about being present and intentional with your time. Ask yourself, what excites me? What gives me a sense of accomplishment? What legacy do I want to leave behind? Purpose can also be found in small, everyday acts. It could be the joy you feel when you take care of yourself, when you listen to someone in need, or when you connect with a new friend. These simple moments matter more than you may think, and they can make a significant impact on your happiness and well-being. You're never too old to start something new or to reinvent yourself. Embracing a life of purpose can help you live more fully and with greater satisfaction, no matter your age. The key is to recognize that your worth and potential don't diminish with time. Rather, they grow as you discover new ways to contribute, create, and connect. When you live with purpose, you experience a sense of vitality that defies age. Your days become filled with meaning, and each moment becomes an opportunity to live your life to its fullest. 12. The beauty of slow living. In a world that constantly pushes us to do more, be more, and go faster, slow living offers a refreshing and liberating alternative. For those in their later years, slow living can be a powerful way to reconnect with yourself and the world around you. Slow living is about embracing a lifestyle that prioritizes quality over quantity. It's about savoring the present moment, being mindful of your surroundings, and making time for the things that truly matter. Instead of rushing through life, slow living encourages you to appreciate the small, everyday experiences that often go unnoticed. As you age, the pace of life may naturally slow down, but that doesn't have to mean a loss of purpose or excitement. In fact, slowing down can give you more space to find joy in the simple pleasures of life. Whether it's enjoying a quiet morning with a cup of tea, taking a leisurely walk in nature, or spending quality time with loved ones, slow living allows you to savor these moments without the pressure of time. One of the greatest gifts of slow living is the ability to create a more intentional, fulfilling life. Rather than constantly being pulled in different directions, you can choose how to spend your time, focusing on what truly brings you joy and peace. This could mean saying no to activities that drain your energy, and instead choosing to engage in things that nourish your soul. Slow living also encourages self-care. It's about recognizing that your well-being matters and taking the time to rest, relax, and recharge. In our fast-paced society, it's easy to overlook the importance of self-care, but as we age, we need to prioritize our physical, mental, and emotional health. By embracing slow living, you can create a rhythm in your life that is in tune with your own needs and desires. It's not about doing less but about being more present and mindful in everything you do. This lifestyle can help you cultivate a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing that you are living life on your own terms. Slow living is a reminder that life doesn't have to be a race. It's about finding balance, nurturing your relationships, and cherishing the beauty of each day. The slower pace allows you to appreciate the richness of life and to make the most of your time with loved ones, creating lasting memories along the way. As you enter your golden years, slow living can help you rediscover a sense of peace and contentment. It's an invitation to let go of the pressures and expectations of the world around you and to embrace a more mindful, fulfilling way of living. Slow living is all about embracing life's simple pleasures and finding peace in the present moment. What are your thoughts on slowing down and living more mindfully? Share your comments below, and let's continue the conversation. As we age, it's essential to reassess the habits that have become ingrained in our daily lives. One such habit is excessive self-stimulation, whether through overindulgence in digital distractions or other fleeting pleasures. While it's normal to seek comfort or excitement, too much of this can lead to feelings of emptiness or detachment from reality. Instead of relying on constant stimulation to feel fulfilled, consider embracing activities that offer deeper satisfaction. Focus on hobbies that engage both the mind and body, like gardening, painting, or even taking a leisurely walk in nature. These activities not only help to maintain mental sharpness but also foster a sense of accomplishment and peace. By gradually reducing the habit of seeking quick fixes, you open the door to more meaningful experiences that promote long-term happiness and well-being. In today's fast-paced world, many of us have become disconnected from the natural world, often spending more time indoors than outdoors. Nature offers a quiet, peaceful environment that can help rejuvenate the mind and body, offering countless benefits, from stress reduction to improved focus. Taking time to enjoy natural surroundings doesn't require a grand adventure. It can be as simple as a daily walk in the park, sitting by a lake, or tending to a small garden. These moments allow you to slow down, reflect, and reconnect with the world in a way that fosters inner peace and joy. As you immerse yourself in nature, you'll begin to notice how it nurtures your well-being, making it easier to live a slower, more mindful life. Living simply isn't about giving up everything you own or drastically changing your routine. It's about making thoughtful choices that align with your values and bring you closer to a life of fulfillment. Simplification means removing clutter, both physical and mental, so you can focus on what truly matters to you. Start by decluttering your home, focusing on what you use regularly, and letting go of items that no longer serve a purpose. This frees up space, reduces stress, and allows you to appreciate the things you truly need and enjoy. Simplifying your schedule is just as important. Learn to say no to unnecessary commitments, creating more room for activities that bring you happiness and peace. By simplifying your life, you can focus on the present and truly savor each moment. Happiness isn't something you have to chase. It can be found in the small, everyday moments that surround you. When you slow down and pay attention to the details, you'll realize that life is full of simple joys waiting to be discovered. Whether it's savoring a warm cup of coffee in the morning, enjoying the sound of birds singing outside your window, or taking a leisurely walk in the park, these moments can bring you a sense of contentment. Try to be present in whatever you're doing, and make time to appreciate the beauty in ordinary things. Living with intention helps you discover joy in the simplicity of daily life, leading to a more fulfilling and peaceful existence. As we grow older, we often carry a heavy load of expectations, regrets, and responsibilities. However, one of the greatest gifts you can give yourself is the freedom of letting go. Let go of the past, of expectations that no longer serve you, and of the constant pressure to do more. By shedding these burdens, you create space for new possibilities and a lighter, more carefree way of living. It might mean letting go of old grudges, unnecessary tasks, or outdated dreams. The more you release, the more you allow yourself to experience life as it is, without the weight of unnecessary baggage. This kind of freedom allows you to fully embrace the present moment and open your heart to new experiences, fostering a life full of peace and joy. One of the most fulfilling aspects of life is the relationships we build with others. As we age, it's essential to focus on cultivating deep, meaningful connections with those who matter most. Whether it's family, friends, or even new acquaintances, strong relationships provide a sense of purpose, love, and belonging. Take the time to nurture these bonds by being present, offering support, and showing appreciation. Meaningful conversations and shared experiences can enrich your life in ways that material possessions never will. These connections, built on mutual respect and understanding, are the foundation of a fulfilling and joyful life. As we grow older, they become even more precious, so invest in them wholeheartedly. A fulfilling life is one that continues to grow and evolve. Learning doesn't stop after formal education. It is a lifelong journey that keeps the mind active, engaged, and curious. Whether it's picking up a new hobby, studying a new topic, or simply reading a book, learning expands your horizons and enriches your experience of the world. Incorporate learning into your daily routine, even if it's just a little bit at a time. It doesn't matter if it's something big or small, formal or informal. The process of learning brings joy and a sense of accomplishment. Embrace the opportunity to learn new things, adapt, and continuously challenge yourself, no matter your age. Just as physical health is important, mental health is equally vital for a happy and fulfilling life. It's easy to overlook the need for mental well-being in our fast-paced world, but taking care of your mental health is essential to overall happiness. Practices like mindfulness, meditation, and therapy can be incredibly effective in maintaining emotional balance. In addition, building a strong support network of family, friends, and loved ones helps you manage stress and maintain a positive outlook. Don't hesitate to seek professional help if needed. There's no shame in caring for your mental health, and it will make all other aspects of life easier to navigate. Gratitude has a profound impact on happiness and well-being. When you make a habit of recognizing and appreciating the good things in your life, no matter how small, it shifts your mindset. Rather than focusing on what you lack, you begin to see the abundance in your life, which fosters a more positive and contented outlook. Take a few moments each day to reflect on what you're grateful for. It could be your health, a kind gesture from a stranger, or simply the beauty of nature around you. Practicing gratitude helps reduce stress and improve overall satisfaction with life. One of the most liberating aspects of life is the power to make choices. Each day, you have the opportunity to decide how to respond to situations, which can greatly impact your happiness. By embracing your ability to choose, you take control of your circumstances and create a life that aligns with your values and desires. This doesn't mean ignoring challenges, but rather approaching them with a mindset that empowers you to navigate life on your own terms. Whether it's choosing how to spend your time, who to surround yourself with, or how to react to adversity, these choices shape your experience. Gratitude is a simple yet transformative practice that can profoundly shift your outlook on life. Taking time each day to acknowledge and appreciate the good things, big and small, can enhance your sense of well-being. Whether it's a beautiful sunset, a kind gesture, or simply the gift of another day, gratitude helps you focus on the positive aspects of life. Regularly practicing gratitude has been shown to reduce stress, increase happiness, and improve relationships. It encourages you to see life from a perspective of abundance rather than lack, making it easier to enjoy the present moment and feel content with what you have. As we delve deeper into the philosophy of living simply, being happy, it's important to acknowledge that balance plays a crucial role in maintaining this lifestyle. Embracing a minimalist approach doesn't necessarily mean depriving yourself of everything that brings joy and fulfillment. Rather, it involves intentionally simplifying your life to focus on what truly matters: relationships, experiences, personal growth, and moments of joy. Achieving this balance requires mindfulness and conscious decision-making about how you allocate your time, energy, and resources. By identifying what enhances your well-being and eliminating what causes stress or distraction, you can cultivate a life that brings peace, satisfaction, and happiness without unnecessary clutter. The importance of embracing change. Adopting a simple and happy lifestyle also involves being open to change. Change is inevitable, and by learning to embrace it, we open ourselves up to new opportunities for growth and contentment. Rather than resisting change out of fear or uncertainty, we can approach it with a sense of curiosity and optimism. This mindset allows us to adapt to life's transitions gracefully, whether it be a move to a smaller home, letting go of material possessions, or rethinking how we spend our time. Embracing change means accepting the ebb and flow of life and recognizing that each stage offers its own set of lessons and possibilities for happiness. The role of gratitude in simple living. Gratitude is a powerful tool in living a simple and joyful life. When we focus on the things we have, rather than what we lack, our perspective shifts. Gratitude allows us to appreciate the little things, whether it's a warm cup of tea, a walk in nature, or a conversation with a loved one. By practicing gratitude daily, we remind ourselves that happiness doesn't come from accumulating more possessions or experiences, but from appreciating what we already have. This mindset fosters contentment and reduces the desire for unnecessary distractions, helping us stay grounded in the present moment. A path to peaceful existence. In a fast-paced world that often glorifies hustle and constant activity, slow living offers a peaceful alternative. It's about intentionally slowing down, simplifying routines, and prioritizing quality over quantity. Whether it's savoring a meal, spending time with family, or practicing mindfulness, slow living encourages us to be more present and engaged in our daily experiences. This lifestyle doesn't mean doing less, but doing things with more intention and appreciation. By embracing slow living, we reduce stress, cultivate deeper connections, and create space for inner peace. Finding joy in less. Living simply is about letting go of the excess and focusing on what truly matters. It's not about deprivation, but about decluttering your life, both physically and mentally. By reducing unnecessary possessions, commitments, and distractions, we create room for what brings us joy and fulfillment. This could be spending more time outdoors, pursuing hobbies, or simply enjoying quiet moments of reflection. Living simply also leads to greater financial freedom, as it encourages conscious spending and mindful choices. In a world where consumerism often dictates happiness, choosing simplicity is a powerful step toward a more content and purposeful life. Embracing the present moment. Slow living is about savoring life at a slower, more deliberate pace. It's about being present in each moment, rather than rushing through life in a state of constant hurry. This philosophy encourages us to focus on quality over quantity in all areas of life, from the food we eat to the relationships we nurture. By embracing slow living, we allow ourselves to reconnect with nature, our surroundings, and our inner selves. This lifestyle fosters mindfulness and helps reduce stress, offering a refreshing break from the fast-paced world. It's about cultivating a sense of peace and contentment by taking the time to appreciate the simple pleasures of life. The joy of simplicity. Living simply doesn't mean sacrificing enjoyment. In fact, when you spend less and focus on the essentials, you often find that life becomes richer in experiences and more fulfilling. One of the keys to enjoying life on a budget is shifting your focus from material possessions to experiences. Instead of buying the latest gadget or going on an expensive vacation, try spending time with loved ones, exploring nature, or learning a new skill. These moments create lasting memories and provide a sense of happiness that material things can't offer. Moreover, by being intentional with your spending, you can prioritize what truly brings you joy and peace, making your life feel more abundant without the need for excess. The importance of rest and reflection. In today's world, it's easy to become overwhelmed by the constant flow of tasks, obligations, and distractions. However, rest and reflection are vital for maintaining a balanced, happy life. Taking time to pause and reflect allows you to reset, recharge, and gain clarity on what truly matters. Regular breaks from daily activities, whether through short naps, weekend retreats, or simply sitting in silence, can help reduce mental and physical fatigue. Reflection also encourages self-awareness, helping you understand your emotions, values, and priorities. It's essential to recognize that rest is not a luxury but a necessity for your overall well-being and happiness. One of the keys to living a fulfilling life is embracing simplicity. In a world that often glorifies excess and material wealth, choosing to live with less can be incredibly freeing. Simplifying your life involves letting go of unnecessary possessions, commitments, and expectations, and instead, focusing on what brings you true joy. Whether it's decluttering your home, reducing your work hours, or cutting back on social obligations, simplicity can lead to greater peace and contentment. By eliminating distractions, you make more space for the things that matter: quality time with loved ones, personal hobbies, or simply enjoying the beauty of the present moment. Building meaningful relationships. As we age, the relationships we nurture become even more important. Strong, supportive connections with family and friends provide a sense of belonging and can have a profound impact on our happiness and well-being. It's essential to invest time and energy in building relationships that are genuine and fulfilling. This might involve reaching out to old friends, making an effort to spend time with loved ones, or even finding new communities that share your values. Meaningful relationships offer emotional support, reduce stress, and enhance life satisfaction. Ultimately, these bonds are what help us navigate life's ups and downs with resilience and joy. Being present in every moment. Mindfulness is the practice of being fully present and engaged in the current moment, free from distraction or judgment. It's a powerful tool for enhancing happiness and reducing stress, especially as we grow older. By taking the time to appreciate the small moments, like enjoying a cup of tea, listening to birdsong, or feeling the warmth of the sun on your skin, you can cultivate a deeper sense of gratitude and peace. Mindfulness allows you to slow down, letting go of past regrets and future worries, and instead, focus on the here and now. It's an approach to life that fosters clarity, joy, and a deeper connection to yourself and the world around you. Embracing life's blessings. Gratitude is one of the most profound ways to enhance your happiness. Taking the time each day to reflect on the positive aspects of your life, whether it's your health, your family, or the simple beauty of nature, can lead to a more fulfilling and joyful life. Gratitude shifts your focus from what is lacking to what is abundant, helping you to appreciate the present moment. Studies have shown that people who practice gratitude regularly tend to experience improved mental health, stronger relationships, and a greater sense of well-being. By embracing a grateful mindset, you open your heart to the blessings that surround you. Taking care of your body and mind. As we age, maintaining both physical and mental health becomes increasingly important. A healthy body supports a healthy mind, and vice versa. Engaging in regular physical activity, whether it's walking, stretching, or more intense exercises, can boost your energy, improve your mood, and help you maintain independence. Alongside physical health, mental well-being plays a crucial role. Taking care of your mental health through activities like meditation, journaling, or simply staying connected with loved ones can help reduce stress and improve your quality of life. Remember, caring for your body and mind is an ongoing process, and small, consistent efforts can lead to long-term benefits. Finding meaning in every day. Having a sense of purpose can give life a deeper meaning and direction. As you enter the later stages of life, finding new ways to contribute, whether through hobbies, volunteer work, or simply being present for others, can bring fulfillment and joy. Engaging in activities that align with your values helps you feel connected to something greater than yourself. Whether it's sharing wisdom, learning new skills, or nurturing relationships, your purpose can evolve with time. By embracing the idea that every day holds potential for meaning, you open yourself to new opportunities for growth and satisfaction. The power of relationships. Human connection is essential to a happy, healthy life. In our later years, it's easy to feel isolated, but it's never too late to build and nurture relationships. Spending time with family, friends, or even engaging in new social activities can provide support, love, and a sense of belonging. Social connections are linked to better mental and physical health, and the more we invest in our relationships, the more we benefit from them. Whether it's through regular phone calls, sharing a meal, or simply sitting together, these connections are a vital part of enjoying life to the fullest. Letting go of clutter. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to accumulate physical and mental clutter. Yet, simplicity can lead to a more serene and fulfilling life. By decluttering both your living space and your mind, you create room for what truly matters. This could mean reducing unnecessary possessions, simplifying your schedule, or letting go of negative thoughts. A simpler life often leads to less stress and more satisfaction, allowing you to focus on experiences that enrich your well-being. Life is always changing, and adaptability is key to navigating the ups and downs that come with it. Instead of resisting change, learning to embrace it can help you grow stronger and more resilient. Whether it's adjusting to a new environment, adopting new technology, or facing unexpected challenges, having an adaptable mindset allows you to respond to life's uncertainties with grace. Adapting to new circumstances doesn't mean you lose yourself. It means you allow yourself to evolve and thrive in whatever environment you find yourself. The ability to find joy in the simple things becomes more significant. Whether it's a good book, a walk in the park, or a moment of laughter with loved ones, the small moments in life often carry the most profound happiness. Cultivating joy doesn't require grand gestures. It's about appreciating the little pleasures that make life beautiful. By focusing on joy, you bring more positivity into your life and cultivate an attitude of gratitude and contentment. As you age, you may begin to think about the legacy you want to leave behind. This doesn't have to be something monumental. It could be the wisdom you've shared, the kindness you've shown, or the love you've given. The way you live today can shape the memories and impact you leave for future generations. Creating a legacy is not about what you achieve, but about how you touch the lives of those around you. By living with purpose and compassion, you ensure that your legacy endures long after you're gone. Slow living is the practice of deliberately slowing down and living with intention. In a world that constantly encourages hustle and productivity, embracing slow living can bring immense peace and satisfaction. It's about savoring each moment, whether you're eating a meal, walking through nature, or spending time with loved ones. By slowing down, you reconnect with yourself and the world around you, leading to a life filled with mindfulness, joy, and fulfillment. Slow living is not about doing less, but about doing things with greater presence and purpose. Living simply and being happy doesn't require a lot of money or material possessions. It's about finding fulfillment in what you already have, embracing moments of peace, and focusing on relationships that bring joy. As we grow older, our needs change, but the core desire for happiness and meaning remains constant. By cultivating mindfulness, gratitude, simplicity, and connection, we can create a life that is rich in love, peace, and contentment. And in doing so, we learn that the most beautiful moments often come not from what we accumulate, but from how we choose to live. If you enjoyed this video and found it inspiring, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more content like this. We'd love to hear your thoughts on living simply and finding joy in the little things, so leave a comment below. Your support helps us continue to create valuable content for you. Thank you for watching. 9 Things I Don't Do Anymore After 60. Life after 60 can feel like a rebirth in many ways, a time to let go of unnecessary burdens and embrace a more authentic version of ourselves. Below are 9 things that many of us find we no longer do after reaching this age. Each one reflects a shift in values, and each is a step toward greater peace, happiness, and fulfillment. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss an update. 1. No longer care what people think. One of the most liberating aspects of reaching 60 is no longer feeling the need to care about what others think. For much of our lives, we spend time and energy worrying about the opinions of others, whether it's about how we look, how successful we are, or how we conduct our lives. This concern often drives decisions about careers, relationships, and social appearances as we strive to meet societal expectations. But after 60, a shift occurs. The realization dawns that most people are not paying as much attention to us as we think they are. People are wrapped up in their own lives, their own challenges, and their own insecurities. The anxiety of trying to impress or fit into a mold begins to fade away. This doesn't mean becoming indifferent to others. Rather, it means recognizing that external validation is no longer necessary. There's a newfound confidence that comes with age, a sense that we no longer need to prove ourselves to anyone. This freedom allows for a more authentic way of living, where choices are based on personal happiness rather than the need to conform. Dressing comfortably rather than fashionably, saying what we really think without fearing judgment, and embracing our own unique quirks become sources of pride rather than embarrassment. As this realization takes hold, there's a deeper connection to self. What others think of us loses its power, and instead, we focus on what brings joy, peace, and contentment into our own lives. The energy once spent on trying to meet external expectations can now be redirected toward nurturing meaningful relationships, pursuing passions, or simply enjoying the present moment. After all, the greatest freedom comes not from the approval of others, but from living in a way that is true to ourselves. 2. No longer put up with toxic people. Throughout our lives, we often tolerate negative or toxic people out of a sense of obligation, fear of conflict, or simply the hope that things might improve. Whether it's a difficult family member, a demanding boss, or a manipulative friend, we spend a lot of emotional energy managing relationships that drain us. In earlier years, we may have felt compelled to keep these people in our lives, believing that walking away was not an option. But as the years pass, particularly after 60, the tolerance for toxic behavior dwindles. There's a growing understanding that life is too short to surround oneself with negativity. The energy once spent on trying to fix or endure difficult relationships is now recognized as wasted effort. Instead, we become more protective of our emotional health, choosing to prioritize peace of mind over the chaos that toxic individuals bring. This doesn't mean we become isolated or cut off from others. Rather, it means being more selective about the company we keep. We choose to spend time with those who are positive, supportive, and loving, rather than those who constantly bring drama, conflict, or resentment into our lives. Setting boundaries becomes an act of self-care, and letting go of toxic relationships is a way to reclaim personal peace. It's not an easy process, but after 60, the ability to say no to people who do not add value to our lives becomes easier. We begin to recognize that we are not obligated to maintain relationships that harm us, and in doing so, we make space for more genuine connections, relationships that are built on mutual respect, kindness, and care. The time and energy saved from cutting out toxicity can be invested in more fulfilling activities and people, leading to a more peaceful and enriched life. 3. No longer have unrealistic expectations of others. When we're younger, we often place high expectations on the people around us. We expect our partners to understand us without having to explain ourselves, our friends to always be there when we need them, and our families to fulfill roles that they may not be equipped to handle. These unrealistic expectations can lead to frustration, disappointment, and sometimes resentment when people inevitably fall short. After 60, there's a realization that expecting others to meet all of our needs is both unrealistic and unfair. People are flawed, just as we are, and they will not always act in ways that align with our desires. Instead of holding others to impossible standards, there's a shift toward accepting people as they are, imperfections and all. This doesn't mean settling for less in relationships, but rather understanding that everyone is doing the best they can with what they have. When we let go of the need for others to be perfect, we open the door to more authentic, compassionate connections. We learn to appreciate the small gestures of kindness and support rather than focusing on what's lacking. This shift in perspective also helps alleviate feelings of disappointment. Instead of being let down when someone doesn't behave as expected, there's a greater sense of peace that comes with accepting people for who they are. We stop trying to change others and start appreciating them for the unique individuals they are. Relationships become more harmonious, and we become more forgiving, both of others and of ourselves. 4. No longer set complex goals. In the earlier decades of life, there's often an emphasis on setting and achieving ambitious goals, whether it's climbing the career ladder, buying a home, raising a family, or reaching financial milestones. We spend much of our lives working toward complex long-term objectives. While this can be fulfilling, it can also create pressure and anxiety as the fear of not meeting these goals looms over us. By the time we reach 60, the pressure to constantly strive for the next big achievement begins to fade. There's a shift in priorities, where the focus moves from accomplishing grand external goals to finding contentment in simpler, more meaningful pursuits. The need to prove ourselves through achievements diminishes, and the desire to enjoy life in the present moment becomes more important. Instead of setting complex long-term goals, the emphasis after 60 is on living well today. The goals we set are more personal, more immediate, and more aligned with our values. These might include taking better care of our health, learning a new hobby, or spending more quality time with loved ones. These goals don't require years of planning or intense effort. They're about making each day count in ways that bring joy and fulfillment. There's a newfound appreciation for the smaller victories in life, like successfully growing a garden, enjoying a peaceful walk, or deepening a relationship. The complexity of earlier goals is replaced with a focus on what truly matters in the here and now. Living without the constant pressure of long-term objectives allows for more peace and satisfaction as we come to understand that the journey is far more important than the destination. 5. No longer try to keep busy just for the sake of it. In a society that equates busyness with productivity, many of us spend our younger years rushing from one task to the next. Whether it's balancing work, family, or social commitments, there's often a sense of pride in staying busy. Being constantly in motion makes us feel like we're achieving something, even if it leaves us feeling exhausted and disconnected from what really matters. After 60, the need to keep busy for the sake of it diminishes. There's a realization that busyness does not necessarily equate to a fulfilling life. In fact, constantly filling our days with activity can often prevent us from appreciating the simple pleasures of life. The frantic pace of earlier years gives way to a more mindful approach, where the focus is on quality rather than quantity. This doesn't mean giving up on productivity or engagement, but rather being more intentional about how we spend our time. Instead of filling the day with endless tasks or commitments, there's a greater appreciation for moments of rest, reflection, and enjoyment. Whether it's spending time with loved ones, engaging in a favorite hobby, or simply sitting quietly and enjoying the present moment, life after 60 is about finding balance. Slowing down allows for a deeper connection to ourselves and the world around us. Instead of rushing from one thing to the next, we can savor each experience more fully. The pressure to do it all fades away, and in its place is a sense of peace that comes from living in alignment with our true values. The need for constant busyness is replaced by the desire for meaningful engagement in the things that truly matter. 6. No longer engage in unnecessary debates. Earlier in life, there's often a strong impulse to voice opinions, defend positions, and engage in debates on a wide range of topics, from politics and social issues to personal choices and philosophies. We may have felt that it was important to express our viewpoints, sometimes even going out of our way to correct others or prove a point. Debating could be seen as a form of intellectual exercise, a way to assert our identity, or even to solidify our place within a social group. But after 60, something shifts. The urge to engage in unnecessary debates begins to fade, replaced by a desire for peace and understanding rather than conflict and division. This doesn't mean losing passion for important issues or becoming passive in the face of injustice. Instead, it's about choosing when and where to invest emotional and mental energy. The realization sets in that not every disagreement requires a response, and not every discussion needs to become a debate. There's a newfound clarity that comes with age, the wisdom to recognize which conversations are worth having and which are not. After decades of experiencing the ups and downs of life, the desire to argue about every little thing diminishes. Instead of feeling the need to be right or to convince others of your perspective, there's a growing sense of contentment with letting people have their own opinions. The value of maintaining peace, both internally and in relationships, becomes a higher priority than winning arguments. This shift is also driven by an understanding of how futile many debates can be. Over time, it becomes clear that people are often entrenched in their beliefs, and no amount of debating is likely to change their minds. Rather than engaging in exhausting discussions that rarely lead to meaningful change, there's a choice to conserve energy for more constructive conversations. The focus shifts toward fostering understanding and connection rather than division and contention. Additionally, the realization dawns that life is too short to spend it arguing over matters that ultimately don't impact personal well-being or happiness. By choosing to disengage from unnecessary debates, there's more space for positive interactions, creative pursuits, and peaceful moments of reflection. Time spent with loved ones, hobbies, and personal growth take precedence over conflict. This doesn't mean retreating from meaningful discourse entirely. After 60, the approach to communication becomes more thoughtful and intentional. Instead of engaging in debates that escalate into arguments, there's a preference for discussions that promote mutual understanding and respect. Listening becomes more valuable than speaking, and the goal shifts from convincing others to simply sharing ideas. Conversations are no longer about dominating or proving a point, but about learning from one another and expanding perspectives. Letting go of unnecessary debates also improves relationships, whether it's with family, friends, or acquaintances. Choosing not to engage in heated arguments fosters a more harmonious atmosphere. The focus moves from proving someone wrong to preserving the connection, and differences of opinion are accepted with grace. The respect for others' viewpoints leads to deeper, more meaningful relationships. Ultimately, the decision to disengage from unnecessary debates brings more peace, both internally and externally. The mind is no longer preoccupied with arguments, and emotional energy is preserved for things that truly matter. After 60, there's a clearer sense of what's important and what isn't. Choosing peace over conflict becomes not only a personal choice but a way to enrich the overall quality of life. 7. No longer strive for perfection. Perfectionism is a heavy burden that many of us carry throughout our lives. In our younger years, we often strive to be perfect in everything we do, whether it's in our careers, our relationships, or our appearance. The desire for perfection can be overwhelming, as we constantly feel like we are falling short of an unattainable ideal. After 60, there's a liberating realization that perfection is not only unattainable but also unnecessary. Life is messy, people are imperfect, and that's what makes it beautiful. The pursuit of perfection often leads to stress, anxiety, and a sense of never being good enough. But with age comes the understanding that imperfection is what makes life interesting and meaningful. This doesn't mean giving up on striving for excellence or doing our best. It does mean letting go of the unrealistic pressure to have everything be perfect. We come to embrace the flaws and imperfections in ourselves, in others, and in life itself. This acceptance allows for more peace and contentment as we stop trying to control every aspect of our lives and start appreciating things as they are. In letting go of perfectionism, we also become more compassionate toward ourselves and others. We understand that mistakes are part of the journey, and they don't define our worth. After 60, there's a greater focus on enjoying life's imperfect moments rather than constantly striving for an unattainable standard. 8. No longer worry about long-term future plans. For much of our lives, we are conditioned to worry about the future, whether it's saving for retirement, planning for the kids' education, or making sure there's enough for a rainy day. The future always looms large. This constant focus on what's next creates an underlying anxiety. Will we be prepared? Will everything go according to plan? The what-ifs of life can sometimes feel overwhelming, and the effort to control the future often distracts us from the present. However, after reaching 60, a shift in mindset tends to happen. While planning for the future remains important, the excessive worry about things that are out of our control starts to fade. There's a deeper understanding that life is unpredictable. No matter how carefully we plan, there will always be unexpected twists, and that's just part of the journey. The realization comes that worrying about tomorrow doesn't change anything except the quality of today. As the years pass, it becomes clear that focusing too much on the long-term future can rob us of the beauty of the present moment. After 60, the perspective shifts from what will happen in 10 or 20 years to how can I make the most of today. This isn't about being careless or ignoring responsibility, it's about striking a balance. We can still make plans for the future, but the difference now is that we don't let fear of the unknown control our happiness. Letting go of excessive worry brings a sense of freedom. Instead of being consumed by thoughts of what might happen years down the road, there's a newfound ability to enjoy the here and now. Time becomes more precious, and we learn to savor the small moments, whether it's a quiet morning, time with loved ones, or simply the pleasure of doing something we enjoy. After 60, it's less about having all the answers for the future and more about trusting that whatever comes, we will handle it when it arrives. We've faced challenges before and survived them, so we gain confidence in our ability to adapt. In this way, the future becomes less of a source of anxiety and more of a natural progression of life, something to look forward to but not fear. By freeing ourselves from constant worry, we open up space for joy, peace, and gratitude for the present. The future no longer looms as a threat but rather as something unknown yet manageable. After all, life is lived in the present, and the more we embrace it, the richer our experience becomes. 9. No longer feel obligated to participate in every social activity. In earlier stages of life, many of us feel a strong sense of obligation to say yes to almost every social invitation that comes our way. There's a desire to maintain appearances, to be included, and to avoid disappointing others. Whether it's attending family gatherings, workplace events, or social engagements with friends, we often feel compelled to show up, even if it means stretching ourselves thin. The fear of missing out or the expectation that we should always be socially available can leave us overcommit and drained. However, after 60, something shifts. The sense of obligation to participate in every social activity begins to wane. The realization dawns that time and energy are finite, and not every invitation requires our attendance. This doesn't mean we lose our social connections or stop enjoying time with friends and family. Rather, we become more intentional about where we invest our time and energy. The fear of missing out is replaced with the understanding that we don't have to be everywhere or do everything to feel fulfilled. We come to recognize that true fulfillment comes from deeper, more meaningful interactions, not from trying to be present at every event out of obligation. The quality of our social engagement starts to matter more than the quantity. We learn to say no without guilt and to prioritize the people and activities that truly bring joy and peace into our lives. This shift also brings a greater sense of freedom. There's no longer the pressure to attend events simply to please others or maintain appearances. Instead, social interactions are chosen based on how they align with our personal well-being. We become more selective, choosing to engage in activities that nurture us emotionally and spiritually rather than participating just because we feel we should. What's even more powerful is that the relationships we maintain after 60 often grow deeper and more authentic. When we are no longer overburdened by social obligations, we have more energy to devote to the connections that truly matter. We spend time with people who uplift us, who bring joy into our lives, and who understand and appreciate us for who we are. The superficial interactions that once filled our calendars become less frequent, making way for moments of genuine connection. Additionally, this newfound freedom allows us to explore solitude without fear or judgment. Spending time alone becomes a cherished aspect of life. Whether it's enjoying a quiet afternoon with a good book, taking a walk in nature, or simply reflecting on life, solitude offers a sense of peace and introspection that can be incredibly fulfilling. We no longer feel the pressure to constantly be doing or socializing in order to feel valued. By focusing on the social activities that bring true joy and meaning, we enrich our lives in ways that obligatory socializing never could. After 60, our relationships are more meaningful, our time is more precious, and our sense of self is stronger. We finally understand that life isn't about how many events we attend or how many people we know, it's about the depth of our connections and the richness of our experiences. Conclusion. In conclusion, life after 60 is not about giving up or slowing down, it's about living more intentionally. It's about letting go of the things that no longer serve you, the habits and mindsets that once felt necessary but now seem burdensome. These are the freedoms that come with age, the ability to live authentically, to prioritize joy and peace, and to embrace the present moment. After 60, life becomes a time of reflection, wisdom, and above all, gratitude for the richness of experience that has shaped who you are today. Thank you for watching the entire video. If you find these stories inspiring and motivating, please comment 1, if not, comment 0. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time. When you grow old, 5 things to let go of immediately for a happier life. As we journey through the golden years, life often offers us a profound opportunity to reflect, embrace what truly matters, and let go of the burdens that weigh us down. For those of us aged 65 and beyond, happiness isn't found in possessions or accomplishments. It's rooted in peace of mind, meaningful relationships, and the joy of living in the present. To truly savor this chapter of life, there are 5 things we must let go of. These burdens, while once significant, no longer serve us and only hinder the joy and serenity we deserve. Here's how to lighten your heart and find happiness as you grow old. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss an update. 1. Let go of resentment. Resentment is a thief that quietly steals our peace, joy, and health. It roots itself deep in our hearts, nurtured by memories of betrayal, hurtful words, or actions we deemed unfair. Over time, it can harden into a weight so heavy that it stifles our ability to live fully and love freely. Yet holding on to resentment feels oddly familiar, almost like protecting an old wound. We think that if we let go, we're letting someone off the hook. But the truth is, holding on to resentment doesn't punish the person who wronged us, it punishes us. When you hold on to resentment, it's like clutching a burning coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else, but all it does is scorch your own hand. That anger, that bitterness, seeps into the corners of your mind, shows up in your thoughts when you least expect it, and can even manifest in physical ailments. Science has shown that harboring resentment can contribute to stress, anxiety, and even heart disease. But beyond the physical toll, it robs us of something even more precious: our emotional freedom. Forgiveness is often misunderstood. It doesn't mean excusing or forgetting what someone did. It doesn't mean inviting them back into your life. Forgiveness is a gift you give yourself, a declaration that the pain inflicted by someone else no longer has power over you. It's choosing to release the grip of anger so you can hold on to something far more valuable: peace. Imagine what it would feel like to truly let go. Think about the person or situation that still haunts your thoughts. Perhaps it's an old friend who betrayed your trust, a family member whose words cut too deeply, or even a younger version of yourself who made choices you now regret. Picture setting that burden down and watching it fade into the distance. How light would you feel? How free? The act of letting go doesn't happen overnight. It begins with acknowledging the hurt. Say to yourself, "Yes, this happened. It hurt deeply and it mattered." Give yourself permission to grieve, to feel anger, to process the emotions tied to that memory. But then remind yourself that you don't live there anymore. The hurt may be part of your story, but it doesn't define the rest of your journey. Forgiveness is an ongoing practice, not a one-time event. On some days, it will feel easier than others. Some mornings you might wake up and feel the sting of old wounds, but on others, you'll notice the pain feels lighter. Celebrate those moments. They are proof that you're healing. Letting go of resentment also involves rethinking the story you tell yourself about the past. Ask yourself, what have I learned from this? How has it shaped the person I am today? Sometimes the greatest growth comes from our deepest wounds. Resentment loses its power when we can look at those experiences not just as scars but as reminders of our resilience. To let go of resentment is to reclaim your power. It's standing up and saying, I will no longer allow this pain to dictate my life. It's a bold act of self-love and an invitation to live fully in the present. After all, the people who hurt you don't deserve a place in your thoughts any longer. They don't deserve to steal your joy. Letting go isn't about them. It's about you, your peace, and your happiness. Imagine your life unburdened by anger. Picture yourself smiling more freely, laughing more fully, and feeling lighter in your heart. Resentment may have walked with you for years, but it doesn't have to stay. Today can be the day you start loosening its grip, one breath, one thought, one act of forgiveness at a time. You've carried this weight long enough. It's time to let it go, for your health, for your joy, for you. 2. Let go of past sorrows. The past is a place we visit often, a realm filled with laughter and light, but also shadows of sorrow and loss. For many of us, the most difficult part of aging is not the years accumulating behind us but the memories we carry. The weight of past sorrows, lost opportunities, fractured relationships, or the aching absence of loved ones can feel unbearable at times. Yet, to dwell in the past is to miss the beauty of the present and the promise of what still lies ahead. Letting go of past sorrows doesn't mean erasing them or pretending they didn't happen. It means recognizing that life is a mosaic of moments, both joyful and painful, and choosing to focus on the colors that brighten your days. The sorrows of the past, while formative, don't deserve the power to overshadow the moments of joy and peace you can still create. Life, after all, isn't about forgetting. It's about learning how to carry the memories without letting them weigh you down. Think about the moments that haunt you. Perhaps it's a regret over something left unsaid, a decision you wish you could undo, or a loved one you lost too soon. These sorrows are threads in the tapestry of your life, but they are not the whole story. They are chapters, not the final act. Grieving is natural and necessary, but staying anchored to sorrow can keep you from experiencing the fullness of life that remains. Imagine a garden after a storm. Some branches are broken, flowers have been trampled, and the soil is scattered. Yet with care and attention, new life emerges. The same is true for your heart. Past sorrows may have left their mark, but they don't have to define the garden of your life. New joys can bloom if you give them space to grow. The process of letting go starts with acceptance. Accept that what happened cannot be changed. Accept that sorrow is a part of being human, a testament to how deeply you have loved and how fully you have lived. But also accept that you have the strength to move forward, to honor the lessons those sorrows have taught you while leaving the pain behind. Focusing on the present can be your greatest act of healing. Today you have the chance to breathe in the crisp morning air, feel the warmth of the sun on your face, and hear the laughter of those around you. Each of these moments is a gift, one that sorrow can blind us to if we let it. By letting go of past grief, you open your heart to the small, quiet joys of everyday life. There's also power in reframing your story. Instead of seeing the past as a collection of wounds, view it as proof of your resilience. You've survived heartache, endured loss, and continued to move forward. Each sorrow has made you stronger, wiser, and more compassionate. Letting go doesn't mean dismissing your pain. It means acknowledging that your story is so much more than its saddest chapters. Perhaps the hardest part of letting go is the fear that in doing so, you're losing the connection to what you've lost. But letting go of sorrow doesn't mean letting go of love. The love remains, it always will. It's a part of you, a quiet strength that fuels your days. By choosing to focus on the love instead of the loss, you honor the people and moments that have shaped you. Letting go of past sorrows is not a betrayal of your memories, it's an act of courage. It's telling yourself that while you carry the past within you, you also deserve to live fully in the present. You are not defined by what you've lost but by how you choose to embrace what remains. As you breathe in this moment, let the past rest gently in its place. You've given it enough of your time, your tears, your heart. Now turn your face to the sunlight of today. Let the sorrows of yesterday drift into the background, where they belong, so that the beauty of now can take center stage. Life is waiting, step forward and embrace it. 3. Let go of meaningless relationships. Life, as it progresses, has a way of revealing what truly matters, and who truly matters. When we are younger, we often find ourselves surrounded by a crowd, friends, colleagues, acquaintances, and even fleeting companions who come and go. In those days, it can feel like the more connections we have, the richer our lives must be. But as the years pass and we grow older, we begin to see the truth. It is not the quantity of relationships that brings us joy, but the quality of the connections we hold dear. Some relationships no longer serve us, and that's okay. Not every person we meet is meant to stay in our lives forever. Time has a way of revealing who brings light to our days and who casts shadows over them. By the time we reach our golden years, it becomes essential to make a choice. Do we continue carrying relationships that weigh us down, or do we free ourselves to focus on the ones that truly nurture our souls? Letting go of meaningless relationships isn't about bitterness or judgment, it's about self-respect. It's about acknowledging that your time and energy are precious and that they should be invested in people who value you as much as you value them. You don't have to hold on to every acquaintance from your past simply because they've been there a long time. Longevity doesn't always equal loyalty or love. Some connections have run their course, and there is grace in recognizing that. Think about the people in your life. Are there those who uplift you, who make you smile, who remind you of your worth? These are the relationships to treasure. Then are there those who drain you, who bring negativity and leave you feeling unseen or unimportant? These are the relationships to reconsider. It doesn't mean ending things with hostility. It means stepping back and prioritizing your well-being. By letting go of meaningless relationships, you make room for deeper connections. Sometimes, holding on to what is comfortable can prevent you from finding what is truly meaningful. Imagine the space you could create for new friendships, rekindled bonds with loved ones, or even deepening your relationship with yourself. In the absence of superficial ties, your heart and mind become open to what truly fulfills you. The act of letting go can feel daunting. You may fear hurting others or feel guilt for stepping away. But remember, caring for yourself is not selfish, it's necessary. The people who genuinely care about you will understand your choice, and those who don't were never truly invested in your happiness to begin with. Meaningful relationships don't always have to be numerous, they just need to be genuine. A single friend who truly listens, a child or grandchild who shares moments of laughter, or a neighbor who stops by just to check in, these are the connections that bring richness to life. It's not about grand gestures or constant attention, it's about the quiet assurance that you are cared for, respected, and loved. As you reflect on your relationships, consider this: life is too short to spend with people who don't see your value. Surround yourself with those who celebrate your presence, who bring out your best self, and who make your days brighter. And in turn, be that person for others. Meaningful relationships are not one-sided. They are mutual, built on trust, kindness, and respect. Letting go of meaningless relationships is not a loss, it's a gain. It's gaining freedom from negativity, from obligation, and from the weight of carrying connections that no longer bring joy. It's making space for love, laughter, and the kind of companionship that makes life worth living. You deserve to spend these years surrounded by people who truly matter. Choose wisely, with an open heart and a clear mind. Let go of what doesn't serve you, and hold tightly to what does. In doing so, you'll find yourself living not just with contentment, but with a profound sense of peace and fulfillment. 4. Let go of empty pride and titles. As the years pass and the roles we once played begin to fade, we may find ourselves clinging to the titles and accolades that defined us. These badges of honor, our job titles, achievements, or social positions once brought us pride, a sense of identity, and recognition. They marked our successes, sacrifices, and the roles we held in the world. But as life moves forward, the need to hold on to these symbols can become a burden, obscuring the deeper meaning of who we truly are. Letting go of empty pride and titles doesn't mean dismissing the accomplishments of the past. It means recognizing that your value isn't tied to what you once were but to who you are today. The truth is, titles are fleeting. They may have brought you status or respect in a particular chapter of life, but they don't define your worth in this moment. What defines you now is the legacy you create through your actions, your kindness, and your presence. Think about the weight that pride can carry when it is rooted in outdated roles or comparisons. A retired CEO who still introduces themselves by their former position may feel a sense of accomplishment, but they may also find themselves disconnected from the present. Clinging to past titles can create a barrier between who you were and who you have the potential to become. It can tether you to a world that no longer exists, leaving you yearning for relevance in a way that feels hollow. There is a profound liberation in letting go of these old labels. By doing so, you allow yourself to embrace the simplicity and beauty of the present. You are no longer a former anything, you are simply you, in all your wisdom, experience, and authenticity. This moment, stripped of titles and expectations, is where your true self can shine. Letting go of pride doesn't mean losing dignity or self-respect. It means releasing the need to prove your worth through external validation. You are not the sum of your achievements, or the roles you've played. You are the laughter you share with friends, the love you give to your family, and the wisdom you pass on to the next generation. These intangible gifts far outweigh any title or accolade. When we let go of pride, we also make room for deeper connections with others. Pride, rooted in titles or status, can create walls between us and those we care about. It can prevent us from showing vulnerability, asking for help, or admitting when we're wrong. By setting aside these facades, we invite authenticity into our relationships. We become more approachable, more relatable, and ultimately more fulfilled. It's also important to recognize that letting go of titles doesn't diminish what you've accomplished. Your contributions to the world, whether in a career, a community, or a family, remain significant. They don't disappear when you stop naming them. Instead, they live on in the lives you've touched and the impact you've made. Consider the story you want to tell about your life now. Do you want it to be a list of titles and achievements, or do you want it to reflect the richness of your character, the love you've shared, and the legacy you've built through the way you've treated others? The most profound achievements in life are often the quietest: a relationship mended, a grandchild taught a lesson, or a friend comforted in a time of need. Letting go of empty pride is not a loss, it's an act of courage and self-awareness. It allows you to step into this new chapter of life with confidence, unburdened by the past and open to the opportunities of the present. It's a recognition that your worth doesn't come from a title but from the person you've become through all of life's trials and triumphs. As you release the need to define yourself by what you've done, you'll find that who you are is more than enough. In this stage of life, there's no need for pretense or posturing. Embrace the freedom that comes with being simply and authentically you. You've earned it. 5. Forgive yourself and others. Forgiveness is one of the most profound acts of healing, yet it is often the hardest to extend, especially to ourselves. As we journey through life, we accumulate not only the joys of living but also the scars of mistakes, regrets, and relationships that didn't turn out as we had hoped. These scars, if left unhealed, can weigh heavily on our hearts, keeping us tethered to pain and preventing us from embracing the peace we deserve. Forgiving yourself is perhaps the most essential yet overlooked form of self-compassion. We tend to hold ourselves to impossible standards, replaying moments when we feel we failed to act, failed to say the right thing, or failed to live up to our own or others' expectations. Over time, this self-blame can harden into a relentless inner critic, whispering words of judgment when we most need kindness. But consider this: you are human, and being human means being imperfect. Perfection was never the goal. Growth, learning, and love are. To forgive yourself is to embrace your humanity. It's to say, I did the best I could with what I knew at the time. It's to honor your journey and recognize that every misstep was a part of your growth. Imagine speaking to your younger self, not with anger or disappointment, but with the same gentleness you would show a child learning to walk. Remind yourself that you were always trying, even when it didn't turn out as planned. You cannot rewrite the past, but you can choose to view it with compassion instead of criticism. Extending forgiveness to others can be equally transformative. We've all been hurt by someone, perhaps a friend who betrayed us, a loved one who let us down, or even a stranger whose actions left a lasting impact. These wounds often linger, not because they are fresh but because we revisit them, nursing the pain as if holding on to it will somehow right the wrong. But holding on to anger or resentment is like chaining yourself to a rock and expecting the other person to feel the weight. In truth, the only person who suffers is you. Forgiving others doesn't mean excusing their behavior or pretending the hurt didn't happen. It means releasing the hold their actions have over your peace of mind. It's choosing to let go of the anger that keeps you bound to them so you can move forward unencumbered. Forgiveness is not a gift to the person who hurt you, it's a gift to yourself. It's a declaration that you will no longer let the past dictate your present. This act of letting go is not always easy. There will be moments when the old pain resurfaces, when the memory stings as if they happened yesterday. In those moments, remind yourself that forgiveness is a process, not a destination. It's a practice you return to again and again, each time loosening the grip of the hurt just a little more. Over time, you'll notice the pain feels lighter, the anger less sharp, and the peace within you stronger. Forgiveness also requires perspective. As you reflect on those who hurt you, consider their humanity too. Were they acting out of their own pain, ignorance, or fear? This doesn't excuse their actions, but it can help you see them as flawed individuals rather than villains. Often, understanding the why behind someone's actions can make it easier to let go of the what. In forgiving them, you're not condoning their behavior, you're choosing to stop carrying the weight of it. Ultimately, forgiveness is a profound act of freedom. It's about setting yourself free from the prisons of guilt, anger, and resentment that can keep you stuck in the past. It's about reclaiming your power and choosing peace over pain. Whether it's forgiving yourself for a mistake you made years ago or forgiving someone who hurt you deeply, each act of forgiveness is a step toward a lighter, freer life. As you move through this stage of life, remember that forgiveness doesn't change the past, but it transforms the future. It clears the path for joy, connection, and a sense of wholeness that cannot coexist with resentment. You've carried these burdens long enough, now is the time to set them down. Forgive yourself for the times you didn't know better. Forgive others for their imperfections, just as you hope to be forgiven for yours. In doing so, step into a life that is not defined by what has been lost or broken, but by what still remains to be cherished and celebrated. Forgiveness isn't just an act, it's a gift, one that you give to yourself over and over again. Conclusion: embracing the freedom to live fully as we age. Life offers us an extraordinary gift, the opportunity to focus on what truly matters. It's a time to shed the burdens we've carried, release the pain of the past, and embrace the simplicity and beauty of the present moment. Letting go is not about losing, it's about gaining clarity, peace, and the freedom to live authentically. Each act of letting go is a step closer to the joy and contentment you deserve. When you release resentment, you reclaim your peace. When you let go of past sorrows, you make room for gratitude. When you walk away from meaningless relationships, you strengthen the bonds that truly nourish your soul. When you release empty pride, you find humility and grace. And when you forgive yourself and others, you open your heart to the profound freedom that only love and compassion can bring. These years, though they may feel like the autumn of life, are filled with the rich harvest of wisdom, resilience, and perspective. By letting go of what no longer serves you, you create space for what does, deeper connections, quieter joys, and a peace that transcends the noise of the world. Imagine a life where your heart feels light, your mind is unburdened, and your spirit is free to roam wherever it pleases. That life is possible, but it begins with the courage to let go. It's not always easy, but it's always worth it. Every breath you take is a reminder that the present is a gift waiting to be unwrapped. Open it, cherish it. In the end, What matters most is not what you've held on to but what you've released to make room for love, joy, and peace. This chapter of your life is yours to write, unburdened by the past and filled with the promise of what's still to come. You have the power to step forward, lighter and freer than ever before, into a life that is not just lived but truly embraced. Let go and let yourself fully live. These lessons are meant to inspire you to live fully and authentically. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Take a moment to reflect and share one thing you've learned and plan to apply in your own life. Let's support each other on this journey toward embracing these truths. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a comment with 1. If not, feel free to comment with 0. Your feedback means a lot to us. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more content like this. Thank you for watching, and here's to living life on your own terms. 19 Slow Living Habits That Simplified My Life. As we move through life, especially after the rush of careers, raising children, and fulfilling various responsibilities, many of us begin to ask what truly matters. How can we slow down and savor the moments that are left rather than chase after things that might not bring us the peace or fulfillment we long for? Over the years, I've found that simplicity, intentionality, and a slower pace can create a more meaningful life, especially for those of us in our later years. Here are 19 habits that help me simplify my life and find a greater sense of peace and presence. These ideas may seem small, but their impact can be profound, especially when embraced as part of a more intentional way of living. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss an update. 1. 5 minutes of reflection. One of the simplest yet most profound habits I've adopted is taking 5 minutes of quiet reflection every day. In a world that often pushes us to be constantly busy, carving out this small pocket of time to just sit with my thoughts has become an anchor in my daily life. There's something special about allowing yourself to pause, letting your mind wander without agenda or purpose. For many of us who have spent decades working, raising families, and staying busy, this quiet time feels like a gift, a way to reconnect with ourselves. At this stage in life, we've gained so much wisdom, and reflection becomes a way to harvest the lessons we've learned over the years. These moments can also serve as a time to reflect on the many blessings in our lives, both big and small. Whether it's gratitude for a grandchild's smile, the warmth of a sunny day, or the love of a dear friend, these 5 minutes help us remember what truly matters. The habit of reflection is not about clearing your mind but about letting your thoughts settle like dust after a storm until the important things rise to the surface. 2. Create device-free spaces. The world today is filled with noise, and much of it comes from the devices we carry with us everywhere. Our phones, tablets, and TVs have become constant companions, but they can also be barriers between us and the peace we crave. One of the best decisions I made was to create device-free zones in my home, spaces where the TV stays off, the phone is left in another room, and I am fully present. For me, these spaces include my bedroom and dining room. In the bedroom, I find that I sleep better without the distraction of screens, and waking up without immediately reaching for my phone allows me to ease into the day with more clarity and intention. The dining room, free of distractions, becomes a place where meaningful conversations can flourish, whether with loved ones over dinner or during quiet moments of reflection. As we age, these device-free spaces become even more important. They remind us that the real world, the one we can touch, smell, and see without a screen, is full of beauty and connection. These spaces become sanctuaries where we can engage with the present moment, free from the constant pings and pulls of technology. It's a small change, but one that can greatly enhance the quality of our days. 3. Drive the speed limit and enjoy the journey. There was a time in my life when I felt the need to hurry everywhere, driving from one appointment to the next and rushing to get things done. But I've learned over the years that life isn't a race, and there's so much to be gained from simply slowing down. One small way I practice this is by consciously driving the speed limit. It might sound simple, but intentionally slowing down has become a powerful reminder to enjoy the journey, both on the road and in life. When you're not rushing from one place to another, you start to notice the world around you in ways you might have missed before. The sunlight filtering through the trees, the rhythm of people going about their day, the quiet moments that unfold along the way. These things become more visible when you're not in a hurry. For older adults who might not have the same time constraints we once did, this habit can be especially rewarding. It allows us to savor the beauty of each moment and be more present in our everyday lives. So the next time you're on the road, try driving the speed limit, not just as a safety measure but as a way to reconnect with the world around you. 4. Take the longer line. In a culture that values speed and efficiency, it might seem counterintuitive to intentionally choose the longest line at the grocery store. But this small act is a way of practicing patience and embracing the slower pace of life. For me, it's become a gentle reminder that not everything needs to be rushed and that waiting has its own rewards. Standing in a long line offers an opportunity to observe the world around you, to notice the kindness of a cashier, the way people interact, or simply to appreciate the quiet moments of pause that are so rare in our fast-paced world. It's also a chance to let go of the need to control every minute of the day and to realize that a few extra minutes in line won't make a difference in the grand scheme of things. As we age, we begin to understand that life is not measured by how quickly we move through it but by the quality of the moments we experience along the way. Choosing the longer line, in some small way, is a practice in living fully in each of those moments. 5. Prioritize time with family. There's a deep and abiding wisdom that comes with age, and one of the most important lessons I've learned is that time with family is irreplaceable. The truth is, our relationships with loved ones, whether it's our children, grandchildren, or close friends, are the most valuable things we possess. In our later years, these connections often take on even greater meaning as we reflect on the preciousness of time and the joy that comes from simply being together. I've made it a priority to spend as much time as possible with my family, and this has been one of the most fulfilling choices I've made. Whether it's a Sunday afternoon with my grandchildren, a quiet meal with my spouse, or a phone call with an old friend, these moments of connection fill my life with purpose and meaning. For many of us, family has been the cornerstone of our lives, and as we enter our later years, it's important to nurture these bonds. This may mean being present for family gatherings, offering support when needed, or simply taking the time to listen and share stories. In these moments, we are reminded of the love that surrounds us and the ways our lives are intertwined with those we hold dear. 6. Focus on one task each day. In our younger years, it's easy to feel like we need to accomplish a dozen things at once. But as we grow older, we begin to realize that life is not about how much we can get done in a day. It's about doing what truly matters and doing it well. That's why I've adopted the habit of focusing on just one meaningful task each day, whether it's writing a letter, tending to a garden, or organizing old photographs. I choose one thing that will bring a sense of accomplishment and fulfillment. By giving my full attention to a single task, I find that I am more present and more engaged in the process. This practice also helps to reduce the overwhelm that can come from a long to-do list and allows me to savor the satisfaction of completing something that matters. For older adults, this approach to daily life can be especially rewarding. It reminds us that we don't need to be constantly busy to feel productive, and that sometimes the greatest joy comes from doing one thing with care and intention. 7. Plan tomorrow tonight. One of the simplest habits I've adopted to simplify my life is planning for the next day the night before. This small act of preparation can have a profound impact on how we feel when we wake up in the morning. By taking a few minutes in the evening to think about the day ahead, writing down my top priorities, laying out my clothes, and preparing my coffee, I set myself up for a calm and organized morning. This habit has become especially important as I've grown older. There's a sense of peace that comes from knowing what the next day will hold and from being prepared for it. Instead of waking up feeling scattered or stressed, I can start the day with a sense of purpose and direction. For those of us in our later years, when memory might not be as sharp as it once was, this habit can also help us stay on track with appointments, social engagements, and daily tasks. It's a simple way to reduce mental clutter and create more space for the things that truly matter. 8. Wake up with consistency. One of the most powerful ways to simplify life is to create a consistent routine. For me, that starts with waking up at the same time each morning. I've found that waking up early, before the rest of the world stirs, gives me a quiet space to begin the day with intention. Whether it's sipping a cup of coffee, reading, or just sitting quietly, these early morning moments have become a cherished part of my routine. There's something comforting about knowing that each day begins the same way. It brings a sense of rhythm and stability to life, especially in a time when the demands on our time may be different from those we faced in our working years. For those of us who have retired or whose schedules are more flexible, waking up with consistency can help us stay grounded and present. This habit also gives me a sense of control over my day. By waking up early with purpose, I'm able to set the tone for a slower, more intentional pace, rather than feeling rushed or reactive to the demands of the day. 9. Write it down. As we age, it's natural to find that our memory isn't as sharp as it once was. But instead of letting that become a source of frustration, I've found that writing things down can be an incredibly effective way to stay organized and reduce stress. Whether it's a grocery list, an appointment, or a thought that comes to mind, I make a habit of jotting it down as soon as possible. For me, this practice has been a game changer. It frees up mental space and ensures that I don't forget important details. It's also a great way to keep track of ideas or projects that I want to revisit later. Whether you use a notebook, a calendar, or the Notes app on your phone, writing things down can help you stay on top of things and feel more in control of your life. This habit is especially important as we get older, when we may have more doctor's appointments, social engagements, or commitments with family. By keeping a written record, we can reduce the mental load and focus on enjoying the present moment. 10. Finish what you start. There's a sense of peace that comes from finishing something you've started, whether it's a project around the house, a book you've been reading, or even a conversation you've been meaning to have. In my younger years, I often found myself starting things with enthusiasm only to leave them unfinished as other tasks and responsibilities piled up. But as I've gotten older, I've made it a point to finish what I begin. This habit has brought a sense of closure and accomplishment to my life. It's not just about ticking things off a list, it's about following through on commitments, both to myself and to others. Whether it's finally fixing that broken chair in the living room or completing a puzzle, finishing what we start allows us to clear the mental clutter and create space for new ideas, new experiences, and new joys. For older adults, this practice can be particularly meaningful. It's a way of honoring the time and effort we've put into something and of recognizing that completion, however small, brings its own reward. 11. Stay calm in the face of adversity. Over the years, life has taught me that there's very little we can control, but we do have control over how we respond to the challenges that come our way. One of the most valuable lessons I've learned is to stay calm, no matter what. Whether it's a difficult conversation, a frustrating situation, or a moment of personal hardship, choosing to remain calm has allowed me to navigate life's ups and downs with greater grace and resilience. This doesn't mean that I don't feel anger, frustration, or sadness at times. It's only human to experience these emotions. But I've learned that reacting in anger or frustration often makes the situation worse. Instead, I take a deep breath, give myself a moment to think, and respond from a place of calm and thoughtfulness. For those of us in our later years, this ability to stay calm is especially important as we face the inevitable challenges of aging. From health concerns to the loss of loved ones, remaining calm can help us find peace in the midst of difficulty. It allows us to approach life with a sense of inner strength and resilience, knowing that we have the power to choose how we respond, even when we cannot control the circumstances. 12. Choose gratitude over worry. Worry is something that we all experience, but as I've grown older, I've come to realize that worrying rarely changes anything. Instead, it just robs us of our peace in the present moment. One of the most important habits I've developed is choosing gratitude over worry. When I start to feel anxious about something, whether it's a health issue, a family matter, or something beyond my control, I try to shift my focus to the things I'm grateful for. This simple shift in perspective has made a huge difference in my life. Instead of getting lost in a spiral of worry, I remind myself of the many blessings I have: my health, my family, the beauty of the world around me. Gratitude doesn't make our problems go away, but it helps to put them in perspective. It reminds us that despite the challenges we face, there is always something to be thankful for. For older adults, this practice of gratitude can be especially powerful. It's a way to find joy in the simple things, like a morning cup of coffee, a phone call from a friend, or the feeling of the sun on your face. Gratitude is a way of embracing the present moment and finding peace even in the midst of life's challenges. 13. Grow through learning. Learning doesn't stop when we retire or reach a certain age. In fact, it's something we can and should continue throughout our lives. I've made it a habit to keep growing through learning, whether it's reading a new book, listening to an interesting podcast, or taking a class on something I've always wanted to explore. This commitment to growth has brought a sense of vitality and curiosity to my life that I deeply cherish. For many older adults, learning can be a way to stay engaged with the world and keep our minds sharp. It's also a reminder that we are never too old to learn something new, to explore new interests, or to challenge ourselves in new ways. Whether it's picking up a new hobby, learning a new skill, or simply staying informed about the things that interest us, growth through learning is a powerful way to stay connected to the world and to ourselves. 14. Disconnect from negative news. There was a time in my life when I followed the news closely, staying up to date on every headline and development. But over the years, I realized that much of what we hear in the news is negative, and it often leaves us feeling anxious, stressed, or helpless. That's why I've made the conscious decision to disconnect from negative news. I'm not suggesting that we bury our heads in the sand or ignore the important issues of the world, but I've found that limiting my exposure to the constant stream of bad news has allowed me to focus more on the things I can control and less on the things I cannot. Instead of spending hours watching the news or scrolling through social media, I choose to spend my time doing things that bring me joy, like gardening, reading, or spending time with loved ones. For older adults, who may be more vulnerable to feelings of isolation or anxiety, disconnecting from negative news can be an important step toward preserving mental health and well-being. It's a way of protecting our peace and focusing on the things that truly matter in our own lives. 15. Live within your means. One of the most important lessons I've learned over the years is the value of living within my means. It's easy to get caught up in the desire for more, whether it's a bigger house, a new car, or the latest gadgets. But I've found that true happiness doesn't come from material possessions. Instead, it comes from living a life that is aligned with our values and within our financial means. Living within your means not only brings financial security but also a sense of freedom. When you're not constantly chasing after the next purchase or worried about debt, you have more time and energy to focus on the things that really matter. For older adults, this can be especially important as we plan for retirement and make sure that our resources are used wisely. It's not about depriving ourselves of things we enjoy but about being mindful of our spending and making choices that reflect our priorities. By living within our means, we create space for more peace, more joy, and more freedom in our lives. 16. Embrace the simple joys. As we grow older, we begin to realize that the simple things in life are often the most meaningful. A warm cup of tea, a walk in the park, or a quiet moment spent with a loved one, these are the moments that bring true joy and contentment. Embracing these simple joys has become one of the most important habits I've developed in my later years. For me, this has meant slowing down and being more present in the everyday moments of life. Whether it's taking the time to enjoy a meal, savoring a good book, or watching the sunset, I've learned to appreciate the beauty and richness of the small things. For older adults, this practice of embracing the simple joys can be especially rewarding. It's a way of finding meaning in the present moment and recognizing that we don't need grand experiences or material wealth to feel fulfilled. The joy we seek is often right in front of us, waiting to be noticed and appreciated. 17. Let go of perfectionism. For much of my life, I strived for perfection in everything I did, whether it was in my career, my home, or my relationships. But as I've grown older, I've come to realize that perfection is not only unattainable, but also unnecessary. Letting go of perfectionism has been one of the most liberating things I've done. Life is messy, and we are all imperfect. That's what makes it beautiful. Instead of focusing on doing everything perfectly, I've learned to focus on doing my best and accepting that sometimes things won't go exactly as planned. This shift in mindset has brought a sense of peace and self-compassion that I didn't have before. For older adults, letting go of perfectionism can be especially important. It allows us to embrace the imperfections of life and to focus on what truly matters: love, connection, and the joy of simply being ourselves. 18. Spend time in nature. There's something incredibly healing about spending time in nature, whether it's a walk in the park, a hike in the mountains, or simply sitting outside and listening to the birds. Nature has a way of calming the mind and soothing the soul. I've made it a habit to spend time in nature every day, even if it's just for a few minutes. For older adults, this connection with nature can be especially important. It's a way of staying active, reducing stress, and finding peace in the beauty of the natural world. Whether it's gardening, birdwatching, or simply enjoying the fresh air, spending time in nature reminds us of the simple yet profound beauty that surrounds us every day. 19. Practice mindful breathing. One of the simplest yet most effective habits I've adopted is the practice of mindful breathing. Whenever I start to feel stressed or overwhelmed, I take a few deep breaths, focusing on the sensation of the air moving in and out of my body. This simple practice helps to calm my mind, reduce anxiety, and bring me back to the present moment. For older adults, mindful breathing can be a powerful tool for managing stress and finding peace in everyday life. It's a way of grounding ourselves in the present and reminding ourselves that no matter what challenges we face, we can always return to the breath. In the end, life's richness isn't found in how fast we move or how much we accumulate, but in the quiet, meaningful moments we choose to savor. By slowing down and living with intention, we create space for joy, reflection, and connection. These habits aren't about changing who we are, they're about embracing the simplicity and beauty that already surround us. No matter where you are in life's journey, remember that the moments you cherish today will become the memories that sustain you tomorrow. Choose to live fully, slowly, and with gratitude. Thank you for watching the entire video. If you find these stories inspiring and motivating, please comment 1, if not, comment 0. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time. I'm 71, and I don't hate people, I just feel better when they're not around. Hello, friends. I'm 71 years old now, and let me tell you, reaching this age has been an eye-opening journey. It's not just the gray hairs, the creaky knees, or the endless doctor appointments, although those do keep life interesting. It's the perspective that changes. You see the world differently, and people in particular feel different to me now. I don't hate anyone, but if I'm being honest, I've come to enjoy my own company a lot more these days. I feel lighter, freer, and just plain better when I'm not constantly surrounded by others. I'm sharing this with you because I think many of you might feel the same way if you're in your late 60s, 70s, or even 80s. Perhaps you've noticed this shift too. Let's talk about it. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up, don't forget to subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss an update. A lifetime of lessons. A lifetime is a collection of stories, some cherished, others we'd rather forget, but all of them shape who we become. At 71, I often find myself reflecting on those stories, and what stands out most isn't the big milestones like weddings, promotions, or anniversaries, it's the smaller, quieter moments and the lessons they carried. These lessons, learned over decades, have subtly but profoundly changed the way I see people and my place in the world. When I was younger, I believed in the goodness of everyone. I thought that with enough kindness, understanding, and effort, relationships could be nurtured and maintained. But life, as it does, had other plans. I learned the hard way that not everyone shares the same heart, the same intentions, or the same capacity to value what you offer. I've been let down by people I trusted, taken advantage of by those I tried to help, and left wondering how I misjudged situations so badly. But these experiences didn't make me bitter, they made me wiser. They taught me that not every battle is worth fighting and not every connection is worth keeping. I realized that people come into our lives for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. Trying to hold on to someone who is only meant to teach you a lesson is like clinging to a chapter in a book you've already finished. It's painful, but it's necessary to let go. Looking back, I see how much of my energy was spent trying to please others, fit into groups, or meet expectations that weren't truly mine. There were times when I overextended myself, giving and giving until there was nothing left for me. I thought that was what it meant to be a good person, to always put others first. But now I understand that taking care of yourself isn't selfish, it's essential. You can't pour from an empty cup, and the best relationships are those where giving is mutual, not one-sided. As I reflect on those years, I'm struck by how much my definition of happiness has changed. When I was younger, happiness was loud. It was laughter at a crowded party, the thrill of a new adventure, or the pride of achieving something big. But now, happiness is quiet. It's sitting on my porch with a cup of tea, watching the sun dip below the horizon. It's the peace of knowing I don't owe anyone my time or energy unless I choose to give it. It's the joy of being fully present in a moment, unbothered by the noise of the world. Life has also taught me the importance of boundaries, a lesson I wish I had learned sooner. Setting boundaries isn't about shutting people out, it's about protecting your space, your peace, and your well-being. It's about knowing your limits, and not feeling guilty for saying no. In my earlier years, I thought saying no made me a bad friend, a bad partner, or even a bad person. But now I know it's one of the most loving things you can do for yourself and for others. Boundaries show respect for your needs and teach others how to respect them too. Time has a way of revealing what really matters. The friendships I hold dear now are fewer, but they are richer. These are the people who have stood by me through storms, celebrated my joys, and accepted me exactly as I am. I no longer feel the need to collect acquaintances or maintain relationships that have run their course. Instead, I treasure the deep, meaningful connections that have weathered the years. They remind me that quality always trumps quantity. Above all, I've learned that life is too precious to spend worrying about who likes you, who doesn't, or who understands your choices. At this age, I don't need everyone to like me. I like me, and that's enough. I've grown comfortable with my own company, and I've come to see solitude not as loneliness but as a gift. In the quiet, I can hear my own thoughts, dreams, and truths more clearly than ever before. So no, I don't hate people, far from it. I've just learned that not everyone belongs in my life, and that's okay. The time I have left is valuable, and I want to spend it on what truly matters: peace, joy, and the simple, profound beauty of just being. The beauty of solitude. There's a unique grace in solitude, one that I never fully appreciated until later in life. When I was younger, the idea of being alone felt almost unbearable. I associated it with loneliness, with a lack of connection or purpose. But now, at 71, I see it differently. Solitude is not a void, it's a space where peace lives. It's where I found myself again after years of being caught up in the noise of the world and the expectations of others. I've come to treasure the quiet and the stillness. I've learned to listen, not to the voices of others but to the whisper of my own heart. There's something profoundly healing about sitting with your thoughts, letting them unfold without distraction. The chaos of life fades, and what remains is clarity. It's in those moments of solitude that I've come to understand who I truly am, what I value, and what I need to let go of to feel free. I've realized that the busyness of my younger years was often a way to avoid myself. It's easy to fill your days with obligations, with people, with noise. But when the house is quiet and there's no one else to entertain or impress, you're left with the one person you can never escape: yourself. At first, that realization is unsettling, but with time, it becomes a comfort. In solitude, I've learned to be my own best company. I've discovered the joy of doing things simply because they make me happy, not to please others, not to check a box, but for the sheer delight of it. There is a quiet freedom in solitude that social interactions often lack. When I'm alone, there are no expectations to meet, no roles to play. I don't have to be the caregiver, the friend, the entertainer, or the problem solver. I can simply be. There's no pressure to say the right thing or to anticipate someone else's needs. It's just me in my natural state, free to exist without pretense. This doesn't mean I've closed myself off to others. I haven't. I still cherish meaningful connections with family and friends, but I approach them differently now. I no longer feel the need to fill every moment with company or conversation. I don't chase relationships that drain me or engage in social obligations out of guilt. Instead, I choose my interactions carefully, prioritizing depth over quantity. And in between, I retreat into the sanctuary of solitude to recharge, to reflect, and to savor the quiet joys of life. I've also come to see that solitude isn't something to fear, it's a gift. It's in those moments of stillness that I feel most alive, most connected to the world around me. Watching a sunset, hearing the rustle of leaves, or simply sipping a cup of tea in the morning light, these simple acts, when done in solitude, feel sacred. They remind me that life's beauty often lies in its quietest moments, not in the loudness of crowds or the rush of activity. Solitude has taught me to value my own company, to trust my instincts, and to find contentment within myself. It has shown me that I don't need to be surrounded by people to feel whole. In fact, the more I've embraced solitude, the more I've realized how much strength it takes to stand alone, not as a sign of isolation but as a declaration of independence. At 71, I've stopped worrying about what others might think of my quieter lifestyle. I've stopped apologizing for needing space or for choosing to spend my time differently than I once did. Solitude isn't a rejection of others, it's an embrace of myself. And in a world that constantly demands more, I've found that the greatest gift I can give myself is permission to simply be. Why socializing feels different now. There was a time in my life when socializing felt as natural as breathing. I craved connection, thrived in the company of others, and found joy in the shared laughter and camaraderie of friends, family, and even strangers. But as the years have passed, I've noticed a shift, not just in how I approach social interactions but in how they make me feel. It's not that I dislike people or that I've closed myself off, it's that the act of socializing feels fundamentally different now, as though the rhythm of connection has changed with age. In my earlier years, socializing was a constant part of life. It was woven into the fabric of my days, from work obligations to family gatherings, from catching up with friends to being an active member of my community. But back then, I rarely stopped to question whether these interactions truly nourished me. I simply went along, believing that being busy and surrounded by people was the hallmark of a fulfilling life. Now, at 71, I see things more clearly. Socializing is no longer about filling my calendar or keeping up appearances. It's about meaningful connections, and those are far more rare than I once thought. Time and experience have taught me that not every conversation is worth having and not every relationship is worth keeping. There's an emotional toll that comes with superficial exchanges and draining dynamics, and I've grown more protective of my time and energy as I've aged. I've become more attuned to the nuances of human interaction. I notice things I once overlooked, the subtle manipulations, the insincerity, the unspoken expectations. I've learned to read between the lines, to sense when someone's interest is genuine or merely transactional. And while this awareness has made me more discerning, it's also made socializing more complex. It's harder to approach people with the same unguarded openness I once had because I've learned through experience that not everyone deserves that level of trust. I've also discovered how much energy socializing requires, energy that I no longer have an endless supply. I think we underestimate the effort it takes to be present in a conversation, to truly listen, to empathize, and to engage. In my younger years, I could do this without thinking, bouncing from one interaction to the next. But now, I find myself needing to conserve my energy, to choose carefully where I invest it. More often than not, I choose quiet over company, not because I dislike people, but because solitude replenishes me in a way that socializing no longer does. This shift doesn't mean I've abandoned relationships, it means I've redefined them. I no longer feel the need to maintain every connection or attend every event. I've let go of the notion that saying no makes me selfish or unfriendly. Instead, I focus on the relationships that matter most, the ones built on mutual respect, understanding, and love. These are the people who have stood by me through life's ups and downs, who know me as I am and accept me without judgment. They are my true circle, and they make the rare moments of socializing feel meaningful rather than obligatory. I've also learned to find joy in smaller, quieter interactions, a brief chat with a neighbor, a kind exchange with a stranger, or a shared laugh with a family member. These moments, though fleeting, often feel more genuine than hours spent in larger, more formal gatherings. They remind me that connection doesn't have to be grand or elaborate. Sometimes, the simplest interactions are the most profound. Socializing now is less about quantity and more about quality. I no longer seek to fill my days with people. Instead, I look for depth in the connections I do have. It's a quieter, more intentional way of relating to others, and it feels truer to who I am at this stage of my life. At 71, I've come to terms with the fact that not everyone will understand this change. Some may see it as withdrawing, as becoming less involved or less available. But I see it as an evolution, a natural part of aging and growing into myself. Socializing may feel different now, but that difference has brought with it a greater sense of peace, purpose, and authenticity. And for that, I am deeply grateful. Trust changes over time. Trust is one of the most fragile yet essential elements of life. When we're young, it comes naturally. We extend it freely, believing in the goodness of others and assuming that most people will treat us with the same kindness and honesty we offer them. But as the years pass, life teaches us that trust is both precious and precarious. At 71, I understand this lesson in a way I never could when I was younger. Trust hasn't disappeared from my life, but it's transformed, becoming more deliberate, more guarded, and more deeply valued. The journey to this understanding hasn't been easy. I've had my share of betrayals, disappointments, and heartbreaks. Friends I thought would stand by me faded away when life got hard. Promises were broken, and people I trusted revealed sides of themselves I never expected to see. These experiences weren't unique to me, they're part of the human condition. But each one left a mark, a subtle reminder that trust, once lost, is rarely regained in full. Over time, I began to see patterns. The more I trusted indiscriminately, the more vulnerable I became to those who didn't have my best interests at heart. It wasn't about malice on their part necessarily. Sometimes it was simply thoughtlessness or selfishness. But regardless of the cause, the result was the same, a wound to my faith in others. These experiences taught me to be more discerning. I no longer give my trust freely. It has to be earned. This doesn't mean I assume the worst of people, but I've learned to wait and watch, to let their actions reveal their character before I open my heart fully. It's a slower process, but it's also a safer one, and it allows me to build relationships on a foundation of mutual respect and authenticity. I've also come to understand that not everyone is capable of meeting the same standard of trustworthiness. This isn't a judgment, it's an observation. Some people, for whatever reason, struggle to be consistent, reliable, or honest. Others may have good intentions but lack the emotional tools to follow through. Recognizing this has helped me let go of resentment, and instead focus on surrounding myself with those who align with my values and reciprocate my efforts. At this stage in my life, I no longer seek trust from everyone. Instead, I've cultivated a small circle of people who have proven themselves over time. These relationships are my safe harbor, the places where I can be vulnerable without fear. They remind me that while trust can be fragile, it is also incredibly resilient when nurtured with care and understanding. But even within this circle, I've learned to balance trust with self-reliance. Life has shown me that ultimately, the person I can count on most is myself. This doesn't mean I've closed myself off from others. It means I've developed an inner strength that allows me to weather disappointments without becoming bitter or broken. Trusting myself has been one of the greatest gifts of age, and it's something I wish I had embraced sooner. Trust also looks different now because my priorities have shifted. I no longer feel the need to place my faith in everyone I meet. I don't feel obligated to maintain relationships that don't serve me or to give second chances to those who have proven they don't deserve them. This isn't about being unforgiving, it's about protecting my peace. My time is limited, and I choose to spend it with people who enrich my life, not those who drain it. At 71, I've come to see trust as a delicate but powerful thread that connects us to others. It's not something to be taken lightly or given without thought. Instead, it's a gift we offer carefully, knowing its value and respecting its fragility. And while the journey to this understanding has been fraught with challenges, I wouldn't trade the wisdom I've gained for anything. In the end, trust changes because we change. We grow, we learn, and we adapt. And as our understanding deepens, so too does our ability to navigate the complexities of relationships with grace and clarity. Trust may be harder to give now, but when it's earned, it feels all the more meaningful, a reminder that even in a world filled with uncertainty, there's still room for connection, honesty, and hope. The pandemic's impact. Embracing stillness in a chaotic world, the pandemic was a turning point for all of us, a moment in history that forced the world to slow down and take stock of itself. For me, at 71, it felt like a paradoxical gift wrapped in uncertainty and loss. As the world grew quieter, I began to hear my own thoughts more clearly. In the stillness, I found an unexpected clarity, a chance to reevaluate what mattered most to me and to rethink how I wanted to spend the rest of my life. Before the pandemic, life was often a blur of activity. Even in retirement, there were routines, obligations, and the ever-present hum of busyness that seemed to define modern life. There was always something to do, somewhere to go, someone to see. But when the world shut down, all of that came to a halt. At first, it was unsettling. Quiet felt unfamiliar, like an emptiness I didn't know how to fill. But as the days stretched into weeks and months, I began to see the beauty in the stillness. I started to notice things I had overlooked for years. The way the sunlight shifted across my living room floor, the rhythm of the birdsong outside my window, the sound of my own breathing as I sat alone with my thoughts. These small, simple moments became a source of comfort, a reminder that life's beauty often lies in its quietest corners. The constant noise of the world, its demands, its distractions had been silenced, and in that silence, I found a sense of peace I hadn't realized I was missing. The pandemic also changed the way I viewed my relationships. With social distancing and lockdowns in place, I couldn't rely on the usual forms of connection, family gatherings, casual visits with friends, or even a friendly chat at the grocery store. At first, this isolation felt like a loss, a void where connection used to be. But over time, I began to see it differently. It wasn't that I didn't miss people, I did. But I also realized that I didn't need constant interaction to feel connected. Instead, I learned to value the deeper, more intentional relationships in my life. A phone call with a dear friend, a letter from a loved one, or a quiet moment of prayer became profound sources of connection. These moments felt more meaningful than the surface-level interactions I had often relied on before. The pandemic stripped away the noise and left behind what truly mattered: authenticity, sincerity, and love. One of the most surprising lessons of that time was how much I enjoyed my own company. Before the pandemic, I might have avoided solitude out of habit or fear of loneliness. But being alone during those long months forced me to confront myself in ways I hadn't before. I realized that I didn't need to be surrounded by others to feel whole. I could find joy in my own presence, in my own thoughts, and in the simple pleasures of daily life. This newfound appreciation for solitude also reshaped my relationship with the outside world. I no longer felt the pressure to say yes to every invitation or to fill my days with activity for the sake of staying busy. Instead, I embraced the freedom to choose how I spent my time and with whom. I became more selective, more intentional, and ultimately more at peace. The pandemic, for all its challenges and heartbreak, gave me a gift I never expected: a chance to slow down and truly see my life for what it is. It reminded me that the pace of the world doesn't have to dictate the pace of my heart. I can choose stillness. I can choose simplicity, and in doing so, I can find a deeper sense of fulfillment than I ever thought possible. Now, as the world moves forward, I carry those lessons with me. The pandemic may have forced us apart, but it also brought me closer to myself. It taught me to find joy in the quiet, to cherish the relationships that truly matter, and to embrace the stillness that often goes unnoticed in a busy world. In that way, it was not just a time of loss but a time of profound discovery, a chance to reimagine what it means to live a life of meaning, connection, and peace. Rediscovering what matters. As I've grown older, I've come to understand that life is not about chasing after every fleeting desire or filling our days with endless activity. Instead, it's about appreciating what truly matters and letting go of everything that doesn't. This realization didn't come all at once. It was a gradual awakening shaped by years of reflection, mistakes, and the quiet wisdom that only time can bring. In my younger years, my world felt endlessly busy. I was caught in the whirlwind of obligations, raising children, building a career, tending to relationships, and trying to meet expectations that often felt overwhelming. I believed that productivity equaled purpose and busyness equaled success. But as the years passed, I began to see the cracks in that mindset. All too often, I sacrificed my own peace and happiness in the pursuit of things that, in hindsight, held little meaning. Now, at 71, I see life with clearer eyes. The things that matter most aren't tied to possessions, accolades, or packed schedules. They're the simple, everyday moments that bring joy and connection. It's the warmth of a hug from a grandchild, the way sunlight streams through a window in the early morning, the taste of a favorite meal cooked with care. These moments, though small, are profound. They remind me of the beauty that exists in the present, and the richness of a life lived with intention. Part of rediscovering what matters has been learning to let go of people, expectations, and even parts of myself that no longer align with who I've become. There's a kind of grief in releasing old versions of yourself, but there's also incredible freedom. I no longer feel the need to prove myself or to keep up with anyone else's idea of success. My days are no longer defined by how much I accomplish or how many people I please, but by how present and fulfilled I feel. This simplicity has also reshaped my relationships. I no longer cling to connections that feel forced or one-sided. Instead, I focus on the people who genuinely enrich my life, the ones who understand me, accept me, and bring light into my world. These relationships are fewer but deeper, and they remind me that it's the quality of our connections, not the quantity, that truly matters. Is this normal? Finding peace in the natural flow of aging, I've often wondered if others feel the same way. Is it normal to crave solitude, to grow more selective in relationships, to prioritize peace over productivity? The answer I've found is yes. Aging brings with it a natural shift in perspective, one that many of us share but rarely speak about. In our younger years, life often feels like a race. There's so much to do, so much to achieve, so many people to meet and impress. But as we age, the race slows, and we begin to realize that not every finish line is worth crossing. We start to see the value in pausing, in stepping off the track altogether, and in simply being. This shift can feel unsettling at first. The world tells us that we should stay busy, stay social, stay involved, even as we grow older. But what the world doesn't often tell us is that it's okay to change. It's okay to let go of the expectations you once carried and to create a life that feels truer to who you are now. This isn't giving up, it's growing into yourself. What I've learned is that this stage of life is an invitation to live more authentically. It's a chance to strip away the noise and distractions and to focus on what really matters. It's not about withdrawing from the world, but about engaging with it on your own terms. And while this may look different for everyone, the underlying truth is universal. As we age, we become more attuned to our own needs, more accepting of our own limitations, and more aware of the beauty in the present moment. A life of clarity and contentment. As I sit with the reflections of a life well lived, I find myself filled with a sense of peace, not from having all the answers, but from finally understanding the questions. What truly matters? What brings joy and fulfillment? The answers are not in the noise of busyness or the endless pursuit of more, but in the quiet simplicity of being present with what is. Aging has a way of stripping away the unnecessary, leaving only what is essential. It teaches us to appreciate the moments we once took for granted, the warmth of the morning sun, the comfort of a familiar routine, the gentle presence of those who truly care. These small but profound gifts are what make life rich, not the distractions we once thought were so important. At this stage, I've let go of the need to prove myself or to meet expectations that no longer serve me. I've stopped chasing things that never truly mattered, and instead, embraced what's already here. This clarity has brought a contentment that feels deeply grounding. Life, in its imperfect beauty, is enough. For those walking this path with me, I encourage you to lean into this season of life. Embrace the lessons it offers, the peace it can bring, and the love that still surrounds you. There is no right or wrong way to live this chapter, only your way, shaped by the wisdom you've earned and the truths you hold dear. As I look ahead, I don't worry about what's to come. Instead, I trust that the same clarity and grace that have guided me this far will continue to lead the way. Life may slow down, but its richness deepens, and in that, I find more than enough. These lessons are meant to inspire you to live fully and authentically. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Take a moment to reflect and share one thing you've learned and plan to apply in your own life. Let's support each other on this journey toward embracing these truths. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a comment. If not, feel free to comment with a 0. Your feedback means a lot to us. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more content like this. Thank you for watching, and here's to living life on your own terms. I'm 65. I'm choosing to avoid neighbors and relatives. Here's why. Hello, friends. Today, I want to share a deeply personal and perhaps controversial decision I've made at this stage of my life. I've chosen to keep my distance from certain neighbors and even some relatives. I know this might sound harsh, but as I've grown older, I've come to realize that not every connection or relationship is worth the emotional energy it demands. Let me explain why. If you enjoy this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss an update. 1. Time becomes more precious at 65. At 65, time feels like a treasure you hold tightly, knowing its value has grown immeasurably with each passing year. There's a clarity that comes with age, a sense of urgency mixed with calm acceptance. You begin to realize that the hours you once gave away so freely to obligations, meaningless conversations, and people who didn't truly care are no longer negotiable. Time, at this stage of life, is no longer just a resource. It is the essence of your existence, and how you spend it determines the peace and fulfillment you feel each day. Looking back, I often wonder how much of my time I let slip away in my younger years, driven by a sense of duty or guilt. I remember the endless favors for neighbors who rarely reciprocated, the family gatherings where tension hung heavier than joy, and the acquaintances who filled the silence but never truly understood me. In those moments, I didn't recognize the price I was paying. But now, at 65, the lessons are clear, and they've changed the way I approach every interaction. Time teaches you that not all relationships are equal. Some add meaning and warmth to your life, while others take without giving. I've learned that saying no is not selfish, it's necessary. Declining an invitation to a gathering where I'll leave feeling drained or stepping away from a conversation filled with negativity is an act of self-preservation. It's not about shutting people out but about honoring myself enough to choose how I spend these precious moments. What I've come to embrace most is the beauty of slowing down and savoring the little things, a quiet morning with my coffee, the way the sunlight dances on the leaves in my garden, or simply sitting with my thoughts. These moments are no longer fleeting. They are the fabric of my days. Time feels richer when it's spent intentionally, and I've found that I'm more at peace with myself and the world when I let go of the constant pull to do more or be more for others. There's also a deep sense of gratitude that fills my heart when I reflect on the time I still have. I'm not in a race anymore, I'm on a journey of appreciation. Each day is an opportunity to find joy, to love myself and those who truly matter, and to let go of the distractions that once consumed me. My time is my own now, and I protect it fiercely, not out of fear, but out of a deep understanding that it is the most precious gift I have left to give. This clarity didn't come all at once. It was shaped by years of experiences, by mistakes I made in trusting too easily or spreading myself too thin. It was shaped by losses that reminded me how fragile life is and by moments of solitude where I learned to enjoy my own company. Time has become a teacher, and with its lessons I've found freedom, not to fill my days with busyness, but to spend them in ways that bring me genuine peace and happiness. So yes, time has become more precious to me than ever before, and in honoring it, I've found that I am also honoring myself. That's a lesson I wish I'd learned earlier, but perhaps it's one that only truly comes when you're ready to embrace it. At 65, I am ready, and it feels like a gift. 2. Boundaries are essential. As I've grown older, I've come to understand that boundaries are not just guidelines, they are lifelines. They protect our peace, define our relationships, and most importantly, honor the person we've worked so hard to become. At 65, I no longer feel the need to explain or defend the boundaries I set. They exist because I've earned the right to live my life on my own terms, shaped by years of experience, heartbreak, and hard-won wisdom. When I was younger, I thought being available to everyone was a sign of kindness. I believed that giving my time, energy, and emotional space to anyone who asked was the right thing to do. But that constant availability came at a cost. I didn't see it then, but every time I said yes to something that drained me, I was saying no to myself. Over time, that imbalance leaves you weary, disconnected from your own needs, and yearning for a sense of control over your life. Boundaries became my answer. They didn't appear overnight. It took years of self-reflection, mistakes, and courage to implement them. At first, setting boundaries felt selfish, almost cruel. How could I say no to a relative who needed help or a neighbor who wanted to chat endlessly about their problems? But I began to realize that saying no wasn't an act of rejection, it was an act of self-respect. I wasn't closing doors, I was opening space for the things that truly mattered to me. I've learned that boundaries are not about pushing people away but about inviting the right ones closer. They help you define what you will and won't tolerate, not out of anger, but out of love for yourself. For me, that has meant politely stepping back from people who thrive on gossip or negativity. It's meant limiting time with relatives who only bring drama into family gatherings. It's meant choosing to engage with neighbors who respect my space rather than those who treat my time as an open invitation. These choices haven't always been easy. Some people don't understand boundaries, and others may resent them. But at 65, I've come to realize that I'm not responsible for how others feel about my choices. My responsibility is to myself, to ensure that my days are filled with peace and joy rather than stress and conflict. I no longer feel guilty about protecting my time and energy. Instead, I feel empowered. Setting boundaries has also taught me how to communicate more clearly. I've learned to say no without apology, to express my needs without hesitation, and to step away from situations that no longer serve me. These are skills I wish I'd developed earlier in life, but I take comfort in knowing that it's never too late to learn. Each boundary I set reinforces my belief that I deserve respect from others and from myself. The most beautiful part of establishing boundaries is the freedom it brings. I now have room in my life for what truly matters, whether it's spending quiet afternoons with a good book, enjoying time with loved ones who uplift me, or simply sitting in my garden savoring the stillness. My days are no longer dictated by obligations to others. They are guided by my own sense of purpose and joy. At this stage of life, I realize how precious every moment is, and boundaries ensure that I spend those moments wisely. They are not walls meant to isolate me but rather gates that I control, deciding who and what enters my life. With each decision to uphold a boundary, I am reminded that I am worthy of peace, happiness, and fulfillment. Boundaries are essential because they remind us that we have the power to shape our own lives. They give us the strength to choose what aligns with our values and the courage to let go of what doesn't. At 65, I no longer see boundaries as something to be feared or avoided. I see them as one of the greatest gifts I can give myself, a gift of peace, clarity, and the freedom to live authentically. 3. The truth about neighbors. At 65, I've come to realize that living near someone doesn't necessarily mean living with them. Neighbors are a peculiar part of life. They are people whose lives run parallel to ours, sharing the same streets, seasons, and views from their windows. Yet, for all that proximity, the connection can often feel shallow or even burdensome. Over the years, I've discovered that navigating relationships with neighbors requires just as much discernment as managing family or friendships, and sometimes even more so. There was a time when I thought being a good neighbor meant saying yes to every favor, engaging in every conversation, and making myself available whenever someone knocked on my door. I used to feel obligated to be part of every neighborhood gathering, to offer my time and energy to those around me, no matter how little we had in common. But as the years passed, I began to notice something unsettling. Not all neighbors respected boundaries, and not all interactions left me feeling uplifted. In fact, many left me feeling drained. Some neighbors thrive on gossip, turning every small event into a spectacle of speculation and judgment. Others feel entitled to your time and attention, dropping by unannounced or expecting you to prioritize their needs over your own. Then there are those who bring an air of negativity to every encounter, complaining endlessly or stirring up drama where none is needed. At 65, I simply don't have the energy or the desire to be pulled into those dynamics anymore. What I've come to understand is that being neighborly doesn't mean sacrificing your peace. It's about striking a balance between kindness and self-respect. I've learned to smile and say hello when I cross paths with someone, but also to gently excuse myself if the conversation begins to veer into territory that doesn't serve me. I've mastered the art of polite distance, acknowledging the presence of others without feeling the need to invite them into every corner of my life. One of the most liberating realizations I've had is that I'm under no obligation to explain my choices. If I prefer to spend my evenings quietly at home rather than joining a neighborhood event, that's my prerogative. If I choose not to answer the door when someone shows up unexpectedly, I'm protecting my space, not being rude. At this stage of life, my home is my sanctuary, and I guard it fiercely. It's where I find peace, recharge my spirit, and create the moments of joy that sustain me. That doesn't mean I dislike all my neighbors, or that I've shut myself off from the world. Quite the opposite. I still enjoy meaningful exchanges with those who respect my boundaries and share my values. I've found that genuine connections with a select few neighbors, those who are kind, understanding, and respectful, can be a source of warmth and comfort. But those connections are rare and should be cherished, not forced. I've also come to appreciate the power of solitude. There's something profoundly peaceful about sitting in my garden in the early morning, watching the world wake up without feeling the need to engage with anyone else. I find joy in the quiet moments, watering my garden, taking a walk around the block, or simply listening to the sounds of the neighborhood without participating in its chatter. These moments remind me that I don't need constant interaction to feel connected to the world around me. The truth about neighbors is that they're just like any other people in our lives. Some will bring joy and positivity, while others will test our patience or encroach on our boundaries. The key is to approach these relationships with intention and clarity. At 65, I no longer feel the need to conform to anyone's expectations of what a good neighbor should be. Instead, I focus on being true to myself and creating a life that feels peaceful and fulfilling. The wisdom of age has taught me that it's not selfish to prioritize my own well-being. It's not unkind to step back from relationships that don't serve me, and it's not rude to protect the sacred space that is my home. These are acts of self-respect born from a lifetime of learning what truly matters. At this stage of life, what matters most is living each day with intention, joy, and a deep sense of peace. For family isn't always easy. As I've aged, one of the hardest truths I've had to accept is that family, while often a source of love and support, can also be one of the greatest challenges in life. At 65, I've learned that the bonds of blood don't guarantee understanding, respect, or even kindness. This realization has been both liberating and heartbreaking, forcing me to reevaluate my relationships and redefine what family truly means to me. When I was younger, I held on to the idea that family should always come first, no matter what. I thought that maintaining those ties, even at great personal cost, was a duty I couldn't shirk. But time has a way of revealing the complexities of relationships. Family gatherings that should have been filled with joy often became arenas for old arguments to resurface. Calls that should have brought comfort instead carried demands, criticism, or complaints. Somewhere along the way, I began to see how much of myself I was sacrificing to uphold connections that weren't built on mutual care. It's a difficult thing to admit when family relationships become toxic. There's an inherent guilt in stepping back, a voice that whispers, "But they're your family." I've felt that guilt many times. But over the years, I've come to understand that being related by blood doesn't give someone the right to hurt you, manipulate you, or take advantage of your kindness. Respect, trust, and love are earned, even within a family, and they must flow both ways to be meaningful. At 65, I've chosen to prioritize my peace over the societal expectation that family should always come first. This doesn't mean I've cut ties completely or harbor resentment. It simply means I've set boundaries to protect myself. If a family member brings more stress than joy into my life, I see less of them. If a conversation consistently leaves me feeling drained or diminished, I engage less. And if a relationship has no respect for my time, values, or well-being, I've learned to let it go. This process hasn't been easy. Letting go of family ties, even partially, feels like letting go of a part of yourself. There are memories attached to those bonds, birthdays, holidays, shared laughter, that make the distance feel like a loss. But there's also a profound sense of freedom in recognizing that I don't have to hold on to relationships that harm me. I can choose to focus on the family members who bring light into my life, who listen, support, and genuinely care, and I can create space for chosen family, friends, and loved ones who have become just as important, if not more so, than those I'm related to by blood. One of the most valuable lessons I've learned is that stepping back doesn't have to mean shutting down. I've found ways to approach difficult family relationships with compassion, even from a distance. I no longer engage in arguments or try to change people who have no interest in changing. Instead, I've learned to accept them for who they are while recognizing that I have the right to protect my own happiness. Family isn't always easy, and it's not supposed to be. These relationships are some of the most complex we navigate in our lives, filled with shared history, deep emotions, and conflicting expectations. But at 65, I've learned that it's okay to let go of the idealized version of family and embrace the reality of it instead. It's okay to prioritize your mental and emotional health, even if it means redefining what family looks like for you. The beauty of this stage in life is that it brings clarity. I no longer feel the need to please everyone or meet unrealistic expectations. I no longer chase approval or cling to relationships that leave me feeling empty. Instead, I focus on the connections that nurture my soul, whether they're with family, friends, or even myself. In doing so, I've found a sense of peace that I wouldn't trade for anything. Family isn't always easy, but it's a part of life that teaches us resilience, forgiveness, and the importance of self-respect. At this stage, I choose to carry those lessons forward, using them to create a life filled with love, not out of obligation, but out of genuine connection and care. That, I believe, is the truest definition of family. 5. The joy of solitude. At 65, I've discovered that solitude is not something to fear, it's a gift to cherish. It's a quiet space where I can reconnect with myself, free from the noise of the world and the expectations of others. In my younger years, I might have mistaken solitude for loneliness, but now I see it for what it truly is, a sanctuary of peace, reflection, and self-discovery. Life has a way of pulling us in many directions. When we're younger, we're caught up in the demands of work, family, and social obligations, rarely stopping to ask ourselves what we truly want or need. Solitude often feels like a luxury we can't afford, or worse, something to avoid because it forces us to confront our thoughts and feelings. But with age comes a different perspective. I no longer see solitude as something imposed upon me, rather, it's a choice I make for my well-being. The beauty of solitude lies in its simplicity. There's no need to explain myself or meet anyone else's expectations. I find joy in the quiet moments of my day, a cup of tea in the morning as the world slowly wakes up, the rustle of leaves in my garden as I tend to my plants, or the soft hum of a favorite song playing in the background as I lose myself in thought. These moments remind me that peace doesn't come from external achievements or recognition, it comes from within. Solitude allows me to reflect on my journey, to revisit the memories that have shaped me, and to acknowledge the struggles that have made me who I am. In these moments of reflection, I find gratitude, not just for the good times, but for the resilience I've gained through the challenges. There's a quiet strength in looking back and realizing how far you've come. Spending time alone has also taught me the value of being present when I'm in the company of others. My mind often races with thoughts about what to say or how to respond. But in solitude, there's no need for pretense. I can simply be. I notice the small details I used to overlook, the way the sunlight filters through the trees, the sound of a distant bird call, or the comforting rhythm of my own breath. These moments ground me, reminding me that life's greatest treasures are often found in its simplest pleasures. I've also realized that solitude doesn't mean isolation. It's not about cutting myself off from the world, but about creating space for myself within it. By embracing solitude, I've become more intentional about the connections I do maintain. I'm more present and attentive when I'm with loved ones because I've taken the time to recharge and center myself. Solitude has given me the clarity to see which relationships truly matter and the strength to let go of those that don't. There's a quiet confidence that comes with embracing solitude, the knowledge that I am enough, that I don't need constant validation or companionship to feel complete. This realization has been one of the most liberating parts of growing older. I no longer feel the pressure to fill every moment with activity, or every silence with conversation. Instead, I find contentment in the stillness, knowing that it's in these moments that I come closest to understanding myself. Solitude is a teacher, and its lessons are profound. It has shown me the importance of slowing down, of listening to my own thoughts, and of honoring my needs. It has taught me that it's okay to step back from the world, not out of bitterness or withdrawal, but out of a deep respect for my own well-being. At 65, I've come to see solitude not as an absence but as a presence, a chance to be fully with myself and nurture the parts of me that often go unnoticed. The joy of solitude is something I wish I had embraced earlier in life, but perhaps it's a gift best understood with age. It's in these quiet moments that I find my true self, unencumbered by the roles I've played or the expectations placed upon me. And in that self, I find a peace that no amount of social interaction could ever bring. So, I welcome solitude with open arms, knowing that it's not a retreat from life but a deeper dive into it. It's where I find clarity, strength, and joy, a joy that's not fleeting or dependent on others, but rooted in the steady, unshakable foundation of my own soul. That, to me, is one of the greatest gifts of this stage of life. 6. Selective relationships are healthier. At this stage in life, I've come to embrace the power of choice when it comes to relationships. I no longer feel the need to hold on to connections out of obligation or nostalgia. Instead, I focus on the quality of the relationships I maintain, knowing that meaningful bonds are far more valuable than the number of people in my social circle. In my younger years, I often felt the pressure to be everything to everyone, a supportive friend, a dependable family member, a sociable neighbor. I stretched myself thin trying to meet expectations, even when it left me feeling exhausted or unfulfilled. But as the years have passed, I've come to realize that not every connection is worth the effort it requires to maintain. Some relationships are like seasons. They serve a purpose for a time, but they are not meant to last forever. Being selective about who I spend my time with doesn't mean I've become bitter or antisocial. It means I've learned to value my energy and my peace. I seek out relationships that are mutual, where both parties give and receive in equal measure. I look for connections that bring joy, encouragement, and understanding, rather than those that leave me feeling drained or burdened. And I've learned to walk away from relationships that no longer serve me, not with resentment, but with gratitude for the lessons they've taught me. This shift in perspective has been transformative. By choosing to surround myself with people who genuinely care, I've created a circle of support that uplifts me rather than weighs me down. It's not about having a large group of friends or a busy social calendar. it's about cultivating meaningful moments with those who truly matter. These connections, however few, add richness to my life that no amount of superficial interactions could ever provide. Selective relationships are not just healthier, they are freeing. They allow me to invest my time and energy in the people who align with my values and who respect the person I've become. At 65, I understand that my time is precious, and I choose to spend it with those who bring light into my life. In doing so, I've found a sense of contentment and fulfillment that eluded me in my younger years. It's a lesson I've learned with age, and one I treasure deeply. 7. Protecting your peace. Protecting my peace has become my guiding principle, a commitment to myself that I will no longer sacrifice my well-being for the sake of others' expectations or demands. At 65, I've come to see peace as the foundation of a good life, and I guard it fiercely. Life has taught me that peace doesn't come naturally, it must be cultivated and protected. It requires intentional choices about who I allow into my life, how I spend my time, and what I permit to occupy my thoughts. There are so many forces in the world that threaten our peace: conflict, negativity, and the relentless pace of modern life. For much of my life, I allowed these forces to invade my world, thinking it was my duty to handle them or that they were simply unavoidable. But now I see that peace is not something that happens to you, it's something you create. Protecting my peace often means saying no to invitations that feel more like obligations than joys, no to conversations that spiral into negativity or drama, and no to people who take more than they give. It means stepping away from situations that threaten my emotional or mental health, even if it's difficult or uncomfortable. It's not about being selfish, it's about recognizing that my well-being matters too. At 65, I've also come to understand that protecting my peace isn't just about avoiding negativity. It's about actively seeking positivity. I fill my days with activities that nurture my soul: reading, walking, spending time in nature, or simply sitting in silence. I seek out relationships that bring me joy and comfort, and I surround myself with beauty and tranquility wherever I can find it. These are the things that sustain me, that remind me of the goodness in the world and restore my sense of balance when life feels overwhelming. Protecting my peace has also helped me approach challenges with greater clarity. When I'm not bogged down by unnecessary stress or conflict, I can face difficulties with a calm and focused mind. I've learned that peace doesn't mean the absence of problems. It means having the strength and perspective to handle them without losing myself in the process. This commitment to peace has transformed my life. It has given me the freedom to live authentically, to honor my own needs and desires, and to create a life that feels truly my own. At 65, I no longer chase after the approval of others or the distractions of the world. Instead, I protect my peace with everything I have, knowing that it is the greatest gift I can give myself. In doing so, I've found a deep, abiding sense of contentment that I wouldn't trade for anything. A final thought. Choosing to avoid certain neighbors and relatives isn't about bitterness or anger. It's about self-respect and recognizing what you need to live a happy, peaceful life. At 65, I've learned that happiness often comes from simplicity, fewer conflicts, fewer obligations, and more time spent doing what you love with those who truly matter. So if you find yourself feeling the same way, if you're choosing solitude or being selective about your relationships, know that you're not alone. It's not selfish, it's self-care. And at this stage of life, self-care is one of the greatest gifts we can give ourselves. Take care, friends. Remember, it's never too late to put yourself first. These lessons are meant to inspire you to live fully and authentically. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Take a moment to reflect and share one thing you've learned and plan to apply in your own life. Let's support each other on this journey toward embracing these truths. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a comment with one thing you've learned. If not, feel free to comment with 0. Your feedback means a lot to us. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more content like this. Thank you for watching, and here's to living life on your own terms. If you're 55 to 80 years old, please don't waste your life. As we age, society often suggests that the most meaningful parts of our lives are behind us, that the years from 55 to 80 are meant for slowing down, settling into routines, and withdrawing from the world. But this perspective is deeply flawed. Life doesn't lose its value with age. In fact, these years may hold the greatest potential for rediscovery, growth, and fulfillment. This is a pivotal time where the wisdom of experience meets the freedom of choice. It's not about what you've done so far, but about what you will do with the time ahead. Now is the moment to embrace this new chapter with passion and purpose, ensuring that each day contributes to a life well lived, rich in meaning and joy. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss an update. 1. The value of 55 to 80, reinventing yourself in life's next chapter. Reaching the age of 55 to 80 should be viewed as the beginning of a new chapter in life rather than the conclusion of one. By the time you've reached this stage, you've accumulated vast amounts of experience, wisdom, and insight that younger generations may still be seeking. This is an age where reflection becomes key, but so does action. Many people think that once they retire or their children leave home, they are meant to simply slow down. However, this is a false and limiting notion. In reality, this stage of life presents one of the best opportunities to reinvent yourself, explore long-held dreams, and redefine what success and fulfillment mean. During your younger years, you likely spent most of your time working, raising a family, or fulfilling societal expectations, which left little room for personal exploration. Now, with fewer constraints, you can focus on yourself and the things that truly matter to you. What goals have you yet to achieve? What passions have been simmering in the background, waiting for the right time to be pursued? This is a period of life when you have the wisdom to make better choices about how to spend your time, energy, and resources. It's no longer about climbing the corporate ladder or managing the day-to-day grind of raising children. Instead, it's about tapping into the deeper meaning of life, investing time in personal growth, hobbies, travel, or simply slowing down to enjoy the small moments that once seemed to pass by too quickly. Your 50s, 60s, and 70s can be an era of incredible personal fulfillment if you approach it with curiosity and an open heart. What excites you? What activities or pursuits make you feel alive? It's never too late to discover or rediscover what gives you a sense of purpose, and remember, some of the world's most significant achievements have been made by people who started later in life. This is your time to focus on what truly enriches your soul. 2. Prioritize your health, the key to longevity and quality of life. As we age, health becomes one of the most critical components of a fulfilling and enjoyable life. Without good health, it's difficult to pursue passions, enjoy activities, or maintain strong relationships. Taking care of your physical and mental health becomes not just a goal but a necessity for living well in your later years. While many aspects of aging are beyond our control, there are numerous ways to take charge of your well-being, ensuring that your golden years are not just longer but healthier and more active. First and foremost, regular physical activity is essential. You don't have to become a fitness enthusiast, but incorporating some form of daily movement is crucial for maintaining muscle strength, flexibility, balance, and cardiovascular health. Even low-impact exercises like walking, swimming, tai chi, or yoga can make a significant difference in how you feel. Staying active helps prevent chronic illnesses like heart disease, diabetes, and osteoporosis, and can reduce the risk of falls, which are a major concern for older adults. In addition to physical health, nutrition becomes more important than ever. As your body changes, so do your dietary needs. Focus on consuming a balanced diet rich in whole foods, fruits, vegetables, lean proteins, and healthy fats, like those found in nuts, seeds, and fish. Proper nutrition supports everything from your heart to your bones, and can even help prevent cognitive decline. As you age, your body's ability to absorb certain nutrients, such as calcium and vitamin D, may decrease, so it's crucial to stay informed about what your body needs. Mental health is another vital aspect of aging gracefully. Maintaining emotional well-being can sometimes be challenging, especially if you're dealing with life changes like retirement, the loss of loved ones, or health issues. However, staying connected with family and friends, continuing to engage in activities that stimulate your brain, and developing coping strategies such as meditation or mindfulness can do wonders for your mental and emotional health. Studies have shown that staying mentally active can reduce the risk of conditions like dementia and Alzheimer's. Health is not just about surviving, it's about thriving. By prioritizing your health, you give yourself the best possible chance to enjoy all the experiences life still has to offer. 3. Discover new passions, embrace the joy of learning and exploration. One of the most liberating aspects of life after 55 is the opportunity to explore new passions or rekindle old ones. For many, the pressures of career building and family raising can leave little room for hobbies or creative endeavors. Now that you have more time and freedom, it's the perfect moment to embrace the joy of learning and discovery. This phase of life can be the most exciting, filled with new experiences and opportunities for personal growth. As we age, continuing to challenge ourselves with new experiences is not only enjoyable but also essential for cognitive and emotional health. Studies show that lifelong learning, whether it's a new language, a musical instrument, or an artistic skill, can keep the brain sharp and delay cognitive decline. Learning something new isn't just about acquiring a skill, it's about reigniting your curiosity and wonder, traits that many of us lose touch with during the hustle of earlier life stages. Consider taking up a hobby you've always wanted to pursue but never had the time for. Maybe you want to take a photography class, start gardening, or dive into creative writing. Perhaps you're drawn to something more physical like hiking or swimming. There's no limit to what you can do, and the process of discovery can be incredibly enriching. You might even find yourself excelling at something you never thought possible. Beyond hobbies, this could be the time to travel or engage in cultural exploration. You might visit places you've dreamed of, immerse yourself in new cultures, or volunteer in communities you want to help. The freedom you have now allows you to explore the world with a sense of adventure that is often missing when we're younger and focused on other responsibilities. The excitement of learning and growing doesn't have to diminish with age. On the contrary, you can find that your later years offer the ideal platform to cultivate a rich and varied life filled with curiosity and new experiences. 4. Stay connected. The power of relationships and community. Human beings are inherently social, and as we age, maintaining strong relationships becomes even more critical to our emotional and physical well-being. Unfortunately, older adults often face the risk of social isolation, especially after retirement, the passing of close friends, or geographical distance from family. However, staying connected with others is one of the most important things you can do for your health and happiness. Research consistently shows that people who maintain close relationships with family, friends, and their communities live longer, happier lives. Social isolation can lead to a host of mental and physical health problems, including depression, anxiety, cognitive decline, and even physical ailments like high blood pressure. Therefore, it's crucial to be proactive about maintaining and even expanding your social network. Make it a priority to stay connected with family members, whether through regular visits, phone calls, or even video chats. If you have grandchildren, being involved in their lives can be deeply fulfilling and keep you feeling young at heart. Beyond family, consider broadening your social circle. Joining clubs, groups, or organizations that focus on your interests is a fantastic way to meet new people and engage in meaningful activities. Whether it's a book club, an art class, or a community garden, these connections can bring fresh energy and joy into your life. Volunteering is another excellent way to stay connected while giving back. It provides a sense of purpose and the opportunity to meet others who share your passions. Technology also offers new ways to stay connected, especially if geographic distance makes it difficult to see loved ones in person. Social media platforms, messaging apps, and video calls can bridge the gap and keep relationships strong. The key is to remain engaged and present in the lives of those you care about, and to actively seek new social interactions that can bring joy and a sense of belonging. 5. Share your wisdom, becoming a mentor and passing on your legacy. By the time you reach 55 to 80, you've amassed a lifetime of wisdom and experience that younger generations can greatly benefit from. Whether it's lessons learned from your career, parenting, personal struggles, or triumphs, your knowledge is invaluable. This is a time when you can give back by becoming a mentor, an advisor, or simply a source of inspiration for those around you. Mentoring doesn't have to be formal. It can be as simple as offering advice to a young person starting their career, guiding a new parent through the challenges of raising children, or even sharing your experiences with friends and family members who might be going through tough times. The act of passing on what you've learned not only helps others but also reinforces your sense of purpose and self-worth. Mentorship can also take place on a larger scale. Many people over 55 choose to get involved in volunteer or educational programs where they can actively support younger individuals or underserved communities. Whether you're sharing your business acumen, teaching life skills, or simply providing emotional support, your contributions can have a lasting impact on the lives of others. Writing about your life experiences is another powerful way to pass on your wisdom. Whether you decide to write a memoir, start a blog, or simply keep a journal, putting your thoughts and stories into words creates a tangible legacy for future generations. This reflective practice can also be therapeutic, helping you to process your life journey and celebrate the many accomplishments, big and small, that have shaped you. Sharing your wisdom is not just about teaching, it's about creating connections, leaving a legacy, and knowing that your life has made a difference in the lives of others. 6. Facing life's challenges, building resilience, and finding strength. No matter how much wisdom and experience you have, life will always present challenges, especially in your later years. These challenges may come in the form of health issues, the loss of loved ones, or significant changes in financial or living situations. These difficulties can feel overwhelming, but they are also an opportunity to cultivate resilience and inner strength. The way you respond to life's inevitable challenges can determine not only your emotional well-being but also your physical health. Resilience isn't about avoiding hardship, it's about navigating through adversity with grace, courage, and a willingness to adapt. While the loss of a spouse, close friends, or family members can be deeply painful, it's essential to remember that grief is a natural part of life, and it's okay to seek help, whether that's from a therapist, a support group, or trusted friends. Reaching out when you're struggling can make all the difference. It's also crucial to recognize the value of self-care during difficult times. Taking care of your emotional and physical needs can help you cope more effectively. Practices like mindfulness, meditation, or even simple breathing exercises can help reduce anxiety and foster a sense of peace, even in the midst of challenges. Building resilience also means maintaining a sense of gratitude for the things that remain. While loss and hardship are inevitable, focusing on what you still have, your health, your relationships, your memories, can shift your perspective from one of scarcity to one of abundance. Remember, resilience is not just about bouncing back from difficulties. It's about finding meaning in the face of adversity. 7. Finding joy and peace, cultivating inner happiness and contentment. As you age, your understanding of happiness often shifts. While younger years might have been focused on external achievements, building a career, raising a family, accumulating wealth, later years offer the opportunity to find joy in the simpler, more meaningful aspects of life. Happiness no longer needs to be tied to grand accomplishments, but can be found in daily moments of peace, reflection, and connection. This is the time to cultivate inner happiness, which often comes from accepting life as it is rather than constantly striving for what could be. The practice of mindfulness, being present in the moment without judgment, can be a powerful tool for finding peace and contentment, whether through meditation, yoga, or simply taking a quiet walk in nature. These moments of stillness allow you to reconnect with yourself and the world around you. Gratitude is another key to happiness at any age, but especially in later years. By focusing on the positive aspects of your life, your health, your relationships, your experiences, you can foster a sense of contentment and satisfaction. Gratitude doesn't mean ignoring life's challenges. It means choosing to focus on the good, even when times are tough. Happiness in later life is not about what you achieve, it's about how you experience each day. Whether it's spending time with family, engaging in activities that bring you joy, or simply enjoying quiet moments of reflection, happiness is always within reach. It's about finding peace within yourself and recognizing that every day is an opportunity to live with purpose, joy, and gratitude. 8. Build a legacy. How do you want to be remembered? As we move through the later stages of life, one of the most profound questions we may begin to ask ourselves is, what legacy will I leave behind? At 55 to 80, the question of legacy becomes more relevant than ever. It's natural to reflect on the life you've lived, the people you've impacted, and the values you've upheld. But building a legacy is not just about looking back at your accomplishments. It's about intentionally shaping how you want to be remembered in the future. Your legacy can take many forms, from the tangible, like the inheritance you leave to your children or the charitable causes you've supported, to the intangible, such as the kindness you've shown others, the wisdom you've imparted, and the love you've shared with family and friends. Think about the values you've stood for throughout your life. Are they reflected in the relationships you've cultivated, the work you've done, and the way you've treated those around you? Building a legacy doesn't require grand gestures or public recognition. Sometimes, the most meaningful legacies are created in the smallest moments, through a smile, a word of encouragement, or acts of generosity. Consider how you can continue to influence and shape the lives of others in ways that align with the principles you hold dear. Whether it's through mentoring younger generations, volunteering in your community, or writing down family stories to preserve for future generations, every action you take now can contribute to a meaningful legacy. One powerful way to consider your legacy is to ask yourself how you'd like people to talk about you after you're gone. What stories do you want them to share? What lessons do you hope they'll remember? By living consciously in this stage of life, you have the opportunity to make decisions that will enrich your own experience and leave a lasting impact on those who come after you. Remember, your legacy is not defined by your professional accomplishments or material possessions alone. It's the lasting imprint you leave on the hearts of others. This imprint will continue to shape the world long after you're gone, through the people you've touched, the lessons you've passed on, and the example you've set. 9. Redefining success, shifting from achievement to fulfillment. For much of our lives, success is often measured by external markers, career advancements, financial prosperity, accolades, and social status. However, as we enter the later years of life, the definition of success begins to shift. After decades of striving for outward achievements, many find that true success is not about what you've acquired but about how deeply you've lived and how much fulfillment you've found along the way. At 55 to 80, you have the opportunity to redefine success in more personal and authentic terms. What does success mean to you now? Is it about the deep, meaningful relationships you've built with family and friends? Is it about the personal growth you've experienced, or the inner peace you've cultivated over the years? Or is it simply about waking up each day with a sense of gratitude and joy for the life you've lived and the opportunities that still lie ahead? Success in this stage of life may no longer be about achieving more, but about appreciating what you already have. This is also a time to embrace the wisdom that comes with aging. Unlike the frantic pace of earlier years, success in your 60s, 70s, and beyond might mean slowing down, being fully present, and appreciating the small but meaningful moments of everyday life. It's about finding joy in the things that truly matter: your health, your family, your passions, and your sense of purpose. Another important aspect of redefining success is learning to let go of the need for constant productivity. In a culture that often equates busyness with worth, there can be immense pressure to remain perpetually active, even in retirement. But true fulfillment often comes from embracing the art of simply being rather than always doing. Taking time to reflect, enjoy solitude, and savor the present can be incredibly rewarding and can lead to a deeper understanding of yourself and the world around you. Moreover, success at this stage of life is often about contribution rather than accumulation. How are you giving back to your community, your family, or the causes you care about? Many people find that real fulfillment comes from helping others or leaving a positive impact on the world, whether through philanthropy, volunteering, or simply being a source of wisdom and support for those around you. These contributions may become your most cherished accomplishments. In essence, as you redefine success, it's about living a life that aligns with your inner values rather than external pressures. It's about asking yourself, what brings me joy? What gives my life meaning? And pursuing those answers wholeheartedly. In doing so, you'll find that success in your later years is no longer about what you can achieve but about the richness of the life you lead, the relationships you nurture, and the fulfillment you experience. Conclusion: embrace the next chapter with open arms. The years between 55 and 80 are not a time to slow down or withdraw from life, but a chance to live with greater intention, purpose, and joy. These years hold tremendous potential for personal growth, connection, and fulfillment. Don't waste them by believing that your best days are behind you. Instead, see this time as a gift, an opportunity to explore new passions, invest in your health, strengthen your relationships, and share your wisdom with the world. Life is still full of possibilities, and your contributions continue to matter. By embracing this chapter with curiosity and openness, you can make these years some of the most fulfilling of your entire life. Live fully. Embrace each day, and continue to create a legacy that reflects the unique, vibrant person you are. Thank you for watching the entire video. If you find these stories inspiring and motivating, please comment 1. If not, comment 0. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time. When you grow old, 8 types of people you should not help. As we grow older, life presents us with a unique opportunity to reflect on what truly matters. Our time, energy, and peace of mind become more precious than ever. For seniors in their golden years, it's essential to focus on what enriches your life and avoid what drains it. While helping others is a virtue, not everyone deserves your generosity. Some people will take advantage of your kindness, leaving you emotionally, mentally, and sometimes even financially depleted. Here are 8 types of people you shouldn't help in old age to avoid trouble, especially the 8th type, which you must know about. 1. The manipulator. Manipulators are some of the most challenging people to identify, let alone distance yourself from. Unlike overtly difficult individuals, manipulators often present themselves as charming, considerate, or even vulnerable. They don't demand help outright. Instead, they subtly weave guilt, obligation, and emotional cues into their requests, making you feel as though saying no would be an act of cruelty. But behind their facade lies a calculated intent to use your kindness as a tool for their own gain. For older adults, manipulators can be particularly insidious. They may appeal to your nurturing instincts or reference the bond you share, making their requests feel personal and urgent. Perhaps they suggest they have no one else to turn to or imply that you owe them support because of a past favor or family tie. Their tactics are often so subtle that you may not even realize you've been manipulated until you're already entangled in their web. Helping a manipulator doesn't feel like generosity, it feels like surrender. Over time, their demands grow, their gratitude fades, and your sense of autonomy diminishes. The joy of helping others is replaced by a heavy burden of obligation, and you may find yourself questioning how you became so deeply involved in their problems. What's worse, manipulators rarely stop once they've succeeded in gaining your support. They often return with new needs, each request more pressing than the last, until you feel drained and resentful. Recognizing a manipulator requires a keen sense of self-awareness. Ask yourself, are their requests reasonable? Do they express genuine gratitude? Do you feel uplifted after helping them, or does their involvement leave you feeling depleted? If you notice a pattern of guilt-based persuasion or one-sided interactions, it's time to reevaluate the relationship. Setting boundaries with manipulators is not selfish, it's self-preservation. You've spent decades building a life filled with wisdom, experiences, and meaningful relationships. Protecting your peace doesn't mean closing yourself off from helping others. It means ensuring that your kindness is not exploited. Saying no to a manipulator is not an act of cruelty. It's a declaration of self-respect. 2. The perpetual victim. As you age, life teaches you the value of resilience, the ability to navigate challenges with grace and wisdom. Yet not everyone embraces this lesson. The perpetual victim is a person trapped in a cycle of self-pity and helplessness, unable or unwilling to break free. These individuals present themselves as overwhelmed by life's difficulties, but behind their tales of woe lies an unwillingness to take responsibility for their choices. Instead of seeking solutions, they become dependent on the empathy of others to sustain their narrative of misfortune. When you offer a hand to a perpetual victim, it may feel like the right thing to do. After all, your years of experience and compassion make you inclined to guide and support those in need. However, with these individuals, your kindness often turns into a lifeline for their dysfunction. They don't want solutions, they want sympathy. They want someone to confirm their belief that the world is against them and that their struggles are beyond their control. This dynamic can become draining, especially for seniors who value peace and stability. At a time in your life when your energy should be spent cherishing meaningful connections and enjoying the fruits of your wisdom, the perpetual victim can pull you into their endless spiral of crisis. They may call you repeatedly to share their latest setback, drawing you into their emotional drama and leaving you feeling exhausted and powerless to help. It's important to recognize that helping someone who refuses to help themselves isn't true assistance, it's enabling. By constantly stepping in to save the perpetual victim, you rob them of the opportunity to take control of their life and grow stronger. Instead of solving their problems, you become a crutch, and they remain stuck in the same destructive patterns. Letting go of the need to fix these individuals can be difficult, especially for someone with a caring heart. But remember, your compassion is a precious gift, and not everyone is ready or deserving of it. Helping someone requires a willingness on their part to take ownership of their challenges. Without that, your efforts are not only wasted, but may even perpetuate their unhealthy behaviors. When you encounter a perpetual victim, offer your wisdom sparingly and with boundaries. Share advice if they ask for it, but don't allow their problems to consume your time and emotional energy. Ultimately, you are not responsible for fixing their life. Your role, if any, is to inspire and encourage, not to be their permanent rescuer. 3. The chronic complainer. As the years pass, you come to realize that life is as much about perspective as it is about circumstance. The chronic complainer, however, sees life through a lens of dissatisfaction. Regardless of their blessings or opportunities, these individuals are perpetually focused on what's missing, what's wrong, or what could be better. They cling to grievances and negativity, refusing to acknowledge the silver linings that surround them. For someone in their later years, the presence of a chronic complainer can be particularly draining. At this stage in life, you've likely faced your own share of challenges, learning to adapt and find joy in what remains. Your resilience is a hard-earned treasure, yet the chronic complainer often seeks to erode it, pulling you into their vortex of pessimism. Their complaints might be trivial or profound, but they are rarely accompanied by a desire to find solutions. Instead, they use their dissatisfaction as a means to command attention and emotional labor. When you extend a helping hand to a chronic complainer, it rarely brings the sense of fulfillment you might hope for. No matter how much you do for them, they will always find a flaw or a shortcoming in your efforts. Your genuine intentions are met not with gratitude, but with criticism, leaving you feeling unappreciated and drained. Over time, their negativity can begin to seep into your own outlook, overshadowing the peace and joy you've worked so hard to cultivate. It's essential to recognize that helping a chronic complainer doesn't heal their discontent, it fuels it. By constantly attending to their complaints, you reinforce their focus on what's wrong instead of encouraging them to see what's right. True support involves empowering others to find their own path to contentment, but a chronic complainer is often uninterested in such empowerment. As you grow older, protecting your emotional well-being becomes even more critical. Choose to surround yourself with people who uplift you, who seek joy, and who find beauty in the small blessings of life. When faced with a chronic complainer, offer empathy but resist the urge to fix their outlook. Their happiness is their responsibility, not yours. By maintaining this boundary, you preserve your own peace and ensure that your compassion is directed toward those who value it. 4. The entitled. A sense of entitlement can be one of the most disheartening traits to encounter, particularly for someone who has spent a lifetime valuing hard work, gratitude, and mutual respect. The entitled person approaches life with the belief that they are owed your time, effort, and resources, not as a gift, but as a right. They rarely, if ever, acknowledge the sacrifices you make to help them. Instead, they demand more, assuming your generosity has no limits. For older adults, the entitled individual can be particularly exhausting to deal with. They often disguise their demands as needs, making it difficult to discern genuine help from exploitation. They may appeal to your sense of responsibility or play on your kindness, leaving you feeling obligated to meet their expectations. But no matter how much you give, it's never enough. Gratitude is absent, replaced by an ever-growing list of demands. The entitled person doesn't just drain your resources, they erode your sense of self-worth. When your kindness is met with indifference or expectation, it can leave you questioning your value. It's easy to feel taken for granted, as though your efforts are invisible or insignificant. Over time, this dynamic can foster resentment, a bitter contrast to the joy that giving should bring. It's crucial to remember that entitlement is a reflection of the other person's mindset, not your worth. Their inability to appreciate your help does not diminish the generosity behind your actions. Recognizing this distinction allows you to set firm boundaries, ensuring that your kindness isn't exploited. Helping should come from the heart, not from obligation or guilt. When you encounter someone with a sense of entitlement, consider the cost of your support. Are you sacrificing your peace or well-being to meet their expectations? If so, it's time to reevaluate the relationship. Your time and energy are too valuable to be spent on those who fail to respect them. 5. The drama seeker. As you age, peace becomes one of life's greatest treasures. You've likely learned that quiet moments, meaningful conversations, and simple joys are far more fulfilling than the chaos that often accompanies youth. Yet some people seem to thrive on chaos. Drama seekers are those who create conflict wherever they go, stirring up trouble even in the most serene environments. For them, calm and harmony are foreign concepts. Without some sort of crisis, they feel adrift, almost as if their identity depends on the chaos they generate. Engaging with a drama seeker can feel like being swept into a storm. They might approach you with tales of betrayals, or exaggerated conflicts, often designed to elicit a strong emotional reaction. Their problems are never straightforward and are often painted in such a way that you feel compelled to intervene, often without understanding the full context. Before you know it, you're drawn into their whirlwind of exaggerated stories, conflicts, and constant emotional upheaval. For older adults, this kind of relationship can be particularly damaging. At a time in life when you're seeking tranquility, the drama seeker can inject unnecessary stress and turmoil into your day-to-day existence. The emotional toll of constantly managing their chaos can lead to frustration, confusion, and even physical exhaustion. Worse still, drama seekers rarely show any sense of appreciation for your help. Instead, they'll continue to create new crises, dragging you deeper into their world of conflict and turmoil. While it's tempting to try and offer solutions or comfort, it's crucial to recognize that you're not the solution to their perpetual drama. They may act like they need you, but in reality, their desire is to keep the chaos going, not to resolve it. The drama seeker thrives on attention, not resolution. Over time, they drain you emotionally, leaving you feeling used and exhausted. If you're constantly pulled into a cycle of drama, it's time to assess the cost to your well-being. Recognize that offering support doesn't mean becoming a permanent fixture in their chaotic life. You can set boundaries without being unkind. The key is to refuse to become entangled in their endless emotional loops. Offering empathy, while protecting your own peace, is the best way to manage these relationships. 6. The gossip. Gossiping may seem harmless, but it can have long-term emotional consequences, especially for older adults. A person who thrives on gossip is often more concerned with spreading rumors and half-truths than cultivating genuine relationships. Their conversations revolve around the flaws, mistakes, and misfortunes of others, often with no regard for the damage they cause. The gossip may seem entertaining at first, but before long, you begin to realize that their focus on other people's lives is a reflection of their inability to focus on their own. Gossipers are skilled at drawing you in with juicy details or intriguing stories, often about people you know or care about. But when you engage with them, you're merely feeding their need for drama. Instead of spending your time with those who bring positivity and joy into your life, you're stuck listening to tales that only breed negativity. Worse still, gossipers often seek to involve you in their web, asking for your opinions or judgments on the matters they discuss. Once you're drawn into the gossip, you may find yourself caught in a cycle of judgment, resentment, or even guilt. For older individuals, the negative impact of gossip can be especially harmful. You've spent a lifetime developing relationships based on trust, respect, and understanding. Gossip undermines that foundation, creating rifts between you and those involved. The emotional strain of dealing with gossip can lead to unnecessary conflict and hurt feelings, leaving you questioning who you can trust. To protect your peace, it's essential to distance yourself from the gossip. You don't need to engage in or entertain conversations that serve no purpose but to harm others. When confronted with gossip, consider redirecting the conversation or simply removing yourself from it. By doing so, you preserve your energy and avoid contributing to unnecessary drama in your life. 7. The user. The user is someone who will consistently take advantage of you without offering anything in return. They will make demands of your time, money, or resources but rarely, if ever, offer anything of value in return. These individuals don't come to you with genuine needs or intentions. Instead, they view you as a resource to be tapped when they require something. While their requests may seem innocent at first, they often escalate over time, leaving you feeling used and taken for granted. For older individuals, the user can be particularly exhausting to deal with. As your energy decreases and your time becomes more limited, you don't want to be stuck giving to someone who doesn't appreciate what you offer. These individuals are often experts at masking their true intentions, presenting themselves as friends or acquaintances who need help, but they rarely reciprocate in any meaningful way. The user doesn't just take your material resources, they take your emotional energy as well. They might complain about their own problems, asking for your support without considering your own life or challenges. Over time, the imbalance in the relationship becomes apparent, and you may begin to feel resentful of their constant demands. The best way to deal with the user is by setting firm boundaries. You have the right to say no, especially when it's clear that the person is using you for their own benefit. Helping others should be a reciprocal experience, where both parties feel valued and appreciated. If someone continually takes without giving, it's time to stop allowing them to drain your resources. You have the right to be selective with whom you help, and it's perfectly acceptable to prioritize those who show respect for your time, energy, and kindness. 8. The jealous one. Jealousy is an emotion that can poison relationships and create unnecessary tension. The jealous person will often undermine your happiness, success, or achievements, either openly or subtly. They may resent you for things you've accomplished or for the peace and happiness you enjoy. Instead of celebrating your victories, they feel threatened by them, seeking to diminish your sense of fulfillment in any way they can. They may use passive-aggressive remarks, criticize your decisions, or engage in subtle sabotage, all in an attempt to level the playing field. As you grow older, the last thing you want is to be surrounded by people who harbor resentment toward your accomplishments. Your life has likely been a journey of hard work, sacrifice, and perseverance. The jealous person may try to minimize your successes, making you question whether your achievements are truly deserving. Their need to compare themselves to you can create an unhealthy dynamic, leaving you feeling uneasy or unsure of your worth. Recognizing a jealous person can be challenging, as their behavior is often cloaked in seemingly harmless comments or actions. However, you can tell someone is jealous when they consistently downplay your successes, dismiss your happiness, or try to one-up you in every conversation. If you find that someone's presence leaves you feeling anxious or diminished, it's important to acknowledge the impact they have on your life. In these situations, the best course of action is to distance yourself from the jealous person. Their negativity is toxic, and your emotional well-being is far more important than appeasing their insecurity. Protect your happiness and accomplishments by limiting contact with those who try to undermine your joy. Surround yourself with people who celebrate you, rather than people who feel threatened by your success. 9. The narcissist. Narcissists have an inflated sense of their own importance, and a deep need for admiration. Their self-centeredness knows no bounds, and they often exploit others to maintain their image of superiority. They believe they deserve special treatment and are quick to demand attention, validation, and adoration. For them, it's all about being the center of attention, with little regard for the needs or feelings of others. For older adults, the narcissist's behavior can be emotionally draining. They often manipulate situations to make themselves look good while disregarding the emotional well-being of those around them. They may criticize you, belittle your achievements, or use you to boost their own ego. Worse still, they rarely, if ever, express gratitude or offer support in return. Their world revolves around them, and you are merely a tool in their quest for attention. The narcissist's manipulation can leave you feeling exhausted, confused, and unappreciated. They may gaslight you, making you question your perceptions of reality, or guilt-trip you into doing things for them that you don't want to do. Over time, the emotional toll of interacting with a narcissist can lead to diminished self-esteem and a loss of personal boundaries. To cope with a narcissist, it's crucial to set clear boundaries and stick to them. Recognize that their behavior is not a reflection of your worth, and refuse to engage in their manipulation. While it can be difficult to detach from a narcissist, especially if they are close to you, it's important to protect your emotional health by distancing yourself from their toxic behavior. Avoid seeking their approval or validation, and focus on nurturing relationships with people who value and respect you. 10. The manipulator. Manipulative individuals are masters of persuasion, often using subtle tactics to get what they want. They may use guilt, fear, or charm to control others and get their way. They rarely ask directly for what they want but instead try to manipulate situations to their advantage. They are skilled at playing on your emotions, making you feel responsible for their well-being, or convincing you that you owe them something. For older individuals, manipulators can be particularly damaging because they can prey on vulnerabilities. They may exploit your desire to help, your fear of conflict, or your concern for others' feelings. A manipulator often creates a false sense of urgency or need, making you feel as though you must act quickly or without question. They may make promises that sound too good to be true or play on your empathy to get you to act in ways that benefit them. One of the key signs of manipulation is a sense of confusion or guilt after interacting with someone. You may feel like you're constantly being asked to justify your actions or decisions, even when you've done nothing wrong. Manipulators rarely take responsibility for their own actions, instead shifting the blame onto others or making others feel responsible for their mistakes. To handle a manipulator, it's essential to recognize their tactics and not let them influence your decisions. Set firm boundaries and avoid giving in to their emotional pressure. When you feel guilt or pressured into doing something, take a step back and assess whether it's something you truly want to do or if you're being manipulated into it. The more you stand your ground, the less power the manipulator will have over you. 11. The chronic complainer. Everyone has their moments of frustration, but the chronic complainer takes it to a whole new level. They are constantly dissatisfied with their circumstances and are quick to share their complaints with anyone who will listen. No matter how much you try to offer support, advice, or solutions, the chronic complainer refuses to take action. Instead, they wallow in their misery, seeking constant validation for their negative outlook on life. For older adults, the chronic complainer can be a significant source of emotional stress. Rather than seeking solutions to their problems, they feed off the negativity, dragging those around them into their cycle of dissatisfaction. The constant barrage of complaints can make even the happiest moments feel overshadowed by their discontent. Dealing with a chronic complainer requires patience, but it's important to recognize that you're not obligated to fix their problems. You can listen empathetically without becoming immersed in their negativity. However, you should also set limits on how much time and energy you invest in their complaints. Offer support when appropriate, but don't let their constant dissatisfaction dictate your emotional state. Recognize that their complaints are often a reflection of their mindset, not the reality of the situation. If the complaining becomes too much, it's okay to excuse yourself from the conversation or set boundaries around the topic. Encourage them to take proactive steps toward change, but don't feel responsible for fixing their problems. 12. The drama queen. The drama queen thrives on creating chaos and stirring up conflict, often over trivial matters. They are highly emotional and tend to exaggerate situations to make them seem more dramatic than they actually are. Whether it's a small disagreement or an innocuous comment, the drama queen will blow it out of proportion and turn it into an all-consuming issue. They crave attention and will go to great lengths to make sure all eyes are on them. For older adults, the drama queen can be a source of constant stress. Their emotional outbursts can create tension in relationships, leaving others walking on eggshells, unsure of when the next crisis will emerge. The drama queen may act out to get sympathy, attention, or even control over a situation. They may try to manipulate you into taking sides, making you feel guilty if you don't comply with their demands or validate their feelings. Dealing with a drama queen requires a strong sense of calm and detachment. It's essential to recognize when they are exaggerating or creating unnecessary drama and not get drawn into their emotional whirlwind. Avoid taking their outbursts personally, and set boundaries around their behavior. When they try to escalate a situation, remain calm and try to redirect the conversation. The less emotional energy you give them, the less power they have to disrupt your peace. Remember, you don't have to be part of their drama. It's okay to step away or refuse to engage when things get out of hand. If you find that their drama is taking a toll on your well-being, it may be necessary to distance yourself from them to preserve your emotional health. 13. The overbearing parent. Overbearing parents have a tendency to be excessively controlling and overly involved in their children's lives, even well into adulthood. While their intentions may stem from a desire to protect or care for their children, their actions often come across as stifling and intrusive. They may criticize your decisions, dictate your actions, or make you feel as though you are never good enough. Their constant interference can leave you feeling suffocated and unable to make independent choices. For older adults, overbearing parents can be particularly challenging, especially if they still try to control aspects of your personal or professional life. They may question your career choices, your relationships, or your lifestyle, offering unsolicited advice or even insisting on their way of doing things. This can make you feel like you are never able to fully grow or make decisions for yourself. To cope with an overbearing parent, it's important to set boundaries and assert your independence. Politely but firmly explain your choices and let them know that while you appreciate their care, you are an adult capable of making your own decisions. If necessary, limit the amount of time you spend discussing personal matters with them, and focus on creating space for your own growth and autonomy. While you may never be able to change their behavior entirely, you can control how much influence they have over your life by sticking to your boundaries and being clear about your needs. 14. The chronic liar. Chronic liars have a difficult time telling the truth, often fabricating stories, exaggerating details, or completely making things up. They lie to manipulate others, cover up their mistakes, or simply for the sake of getting attention. Their lies can range from small, inconsequential fabrications to serious, hurtful deceit. For older adults, chronic liars can cause significant confusion and frustration. You may find yourself questioning what is real and what is a lie, as their version of events often shifts depending on their mood or what they hope to achieve. Chronic liars can create a toxic environment where trust is eroded, and interactions feel insincere or shallow. Dealing with a chronic liar requires patience and caution. It's important to recognize when you are being lied to and not allow their fabrications to cloud your judgment. You can call out their lies, but it's often more effective to simply disengage from conversations where dishonesty is at play. Keep in mind that you cannot change their behavior, but you can choose not to participate in their lies. Trust your instincts, and don't feel obligated to believe everything they say. If their lies are affecting your well-being or damaging your relationships, it may be necessary to distance yourself from them entirely. 15. The envious neighbor. The envious neighbor is constantly comparing themselves to others, especially when it comes to material possessions or personal success. They may feel a sense of resentment toward those who seem to have more than they do, whether it's a bigger house, a nicer car, or a more fulfilling lifestyle. This jealousy can lead to passive-aggressive behavior, gossiping, or even attempts to undermine the success of others. For older adults, the envious neighbor can create an atmosphere of competition and discomfort. Instead of offering support or friendship, they might secretly criticize your choices or look for ways to make you feel inadequate. Their jealousy can even escalate into attempts to outdo you or cause trouble in your relationships with others. To deal with an envious neighbor, it's important to remain confident in your own achievements and not feel pressured by their behavior. Avoid engaging in their competitive games, and don't take their comments or actions personally. If they try to provoke you with gossip or negative remarks, remain calm and gracious. It can also help to focus on your own sense of fulfillment rather than worrying about what they think. Ultimately, you cannot control their feelings, but you can control how you respond. If the situation becomes toxic or uncomfortable, consider setting clear boundaries or limiting interactions. The less involved you are in their jealousy-driven behavior, the less impact it will have on your life. 16. The overcompetitive friend. Overcompetitive friends view almost every situation as a chance to prove themselves superior. They turn every conversation into a contest, whether it's about who has the better job, the more impressive accomplishments, or the most exciting plans. This constant need to be better can drain the fun out of shared experiences, as they can't seem to enjoy things unless they are ahead of everyone else. For older adults, dealing with an overcompetitive friend can be emotionally exhausting. You may feel like you can't share your achievements or struggles without it becoming a contest. Their need to constantly one-up you can undermine your self-esteem, especially if they belittle your accomplishments in the process. The key to handling an overcompetitive friend is to set clear boundaries. When they turn a conversation into a competition, gently remind them that it's okay for everyone to have their own unique strengths and experiences. It's also important to recognize that their competitiveness often stems from insecurity. Rather than feeding into the competition, offer support and celebrate their achievements without getting drawn into the rivalry. If the competition becomes too much, consider limiting your interactions with them to protect your mental well-being. Ultimately, remember that true friends support each other without comparison or competition. 17. The busybody. The busybody is someone who is constantly in everyone else's business, often to the point of being intrusive. They ask personal questions, gossip about others, and spread rumors, all in the name of curiosity or caring. Busybody behavior can create tension in a community, as people feel like they can't trust that their private matters won't be shared with others. For older adults, dealing with a busybody can feel like a constant invasion of privacy. They may ask you about your family, finances, health, or relationships, and push for more details than you are comfortable sharing. This can make you feel exposed, vulnerable, and frustrated. To deal with a busybody, it's important to set boundaries and make it clear that you value your privacy. Politely but firmly let them know that you prefer not to discuss certain topics. If they persist, you can redirect the conversation to neutral topics or simply avoid engaging in their gossip. If the busybody continues to be intrusive, you may need to limit your interactions with them or even distance yourself altogether. Being aware of the busybody's tendencies can help you guard your privacy and ensure that you don't get caught up in unnecessary drama. Conclusion. As we grow older, the value of our time, energy, and peace becomes even more apparent. We have lived through countless experiences, and now it's crucial to protect the wisdom and serenity we've earned. While helping others is a noble pursuit, it's important to recognize when our kindness is being taken advantage of. By being mindful of the people around us and the dynamics of our relationships, we can avoid the individuals who drain us emotionally, mentally, and sometimes even financially. Whether it's the manipulator, the perpetual victim, the chronic complainer, or any other person on this list, each has the potential to undermine our well-being if we don't set healthy boundaries. In your later years, you deserve to spend your time nurturing relationships that are truly meaningful, filled with respect, appreciation, and mutual support. By choosing wisely who you help, you can preserve your energy and peace for those who genuinely value your presence. Protecting yourself from those who take advantage of your generosity allows you to continue enjoying the rewards of your hard-earned wisdom, and to live the golden years of your life in tranquility and joy.